just open. We'll just let me open. Yeah. So I hope you had yesterday enough lab time where you could complete the pending work. Tell me if anyone's major assignments, like last 3 days there were some, I mean, not very difficult, but yeah, little longer assignments. I hope you have cleared it. And anyway, today is a weekend approaching, so do use it effectively and catch up with all the things or any of the things you have not understood. So on Monday morning you can ask me questions. So what is it we are going to do is, first we will just revise important stuff of what I said yesterday regarding strings. In the lab, I will give you some ready-made code. There is an interesting method called as intern. So you will solve that. Then I'm going to take you to, we just talked about strings yesterday. So now string builder API. Yeah. And then we are going to solve. I don't know. So at that time I'll ask you, what about equals and that overriding and all that? So that is since it is very important. I can't just leave it that, okay, you might have done it or not. So we will discuss it and we will come out with a correct version, correct form of equals. And then there are small assorted topics. I don't think all of them will finish, but I just listed it for my own sequence. Date time handling, variable arguments, and a lot of it. So let's start going through it without wasting time. So why don't you look at it? I'll highlight something and you can answer. I hope at least everyone has revised regarding the strings of yesterday, discussion of strings yesterday. Yeah. So take a look at it and you just tell me there's no compiler error, there's no runtime error. What will be the output here? Basically, we are testing immutability about the strings. What is going to be the answer here? People are giving me, some of you are giving me correct answers, some of you are giving me wrong answers. The ones who are saying original string hello are correct. This is going to be the output. You are going to confirm it now. I'm not going to spend time in confirming that. But see, how does it happen? Literal, okay, this is a mix of everything. So we are going to discuss it in that manner. So tell me, whether it is a literal string or non-literal strings, the string class works in the same manner. So answer this question. If you want, you can keep drawing the memory pictures. I'm not going to spend time in again drawing the memory pictures. So what I suggest is literal part we will draw, we'll discuss separately. When you say s dot to uppercase, anyone wants to answer? Yeah, it is a literal string. So what happens in the memory? This literal string object, is it converted to uppercase or a new string with the uppercase contents are created? Of course, a new string. So why some of you had given me uppercase hello? This is the basic. So here, string, whenever you think in string in the middle of night kind of a thing, you have to understand or you have to remember that strings are immutable. String objects are immutable. So here, a new string. So what is the memory picture? You should be able to visualize. One string was with the contents hello, another object, separate object. Yes, a new object, a new string object is created elsewhere on the heap, and that string object will have the contents of uppercase hello. Are you getting this? You cannot change using any of the string APIs. You cannot change the existing string object. Now the next one. Are you getting it? Those who are saying uppercase hello, there were quite a few of you who were saying uppercase hello. So new string object gets created with this. The original string does not change, or yeah, it does not change, does not modify, whatever. Okay. So now when I say s dot concatenate 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, tell me what will happen. The I mean, is it going to affect the original string? Absolutely not. So you can see this again. Wait a second. So a new string object containing what? What will be the contents of new string object here? Is it going to be uppercase hello 1, 2, 3, 4 or lowercase? Of course, lowercase means this combination, not all uppercase. Okay. So here, what was it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A new string object containing these contains, this character sequence gets created, right? And original string does not get changed, does not change at all. And that is the reason. So how many strings are we having in the, in the heap by now? One is this literal string object. Another one is that uppercase hello, non-literal string object. And the third one is yet another non-literal string object, hello 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Are we 100% clear? So that is the reason we are going to see the output as hello with only will not have the yes, of course. It will be marked for garbage collection. You are right, absolutely, Ankush. Okay, so this was the part which tells you about immutability about the string objects. Next one. So now here you can identify this is a literal string. Oh, I forgot this. You can understand that. Even this is a literal string if you count it actually. And this is also a literal string. So now let us sort out the equals part of it, and then we'll talk about the literal versus non-literal. So right now, don't worry about literal, non-literal. Just solve in this example the equals part. Only one or two, only one I think. Yeah, one or two I have asked. So start. So string S1 is this, string S2 is this. Don't worry about double equal to. Just tell me a 1 minute revision. Where does this equals method originate from? Where is it originally defined? Give me the name of the class where it is originally defined. Of course, right. The root of the hierarchy, that is your object. Everyone knows that. Now, what is the, not signature, what is the method declaration? Public boolean equals object O. Everyone gets it? So that's your public boolean equals object O. Next one. But object classes equals method is based upon what? Reference equality or content equality? You know the answer. Reference equality means what? If you got two references of, let's say, two vehicles or two customers or two employees, we don't care. But if there are two references, when will ref1 dot equals ref2 return true? If and only if ref1 and ref2, both of them containing the same address. Meaning what? Both of them are pointing to the same object in the heap. Same object in the heap meaning both of them are containing the same value of the address, then only your equals method of the object class returns true. You got that? Next. But okay, so that goes by the reference equality. That is the shortcut way of saying. But now tell me, answer that. This equals method, whose equals method is getting called? Answer. Is it a string classes equals method or object classes? Of course, string class. So what is the point? So the point is, I'll mention it here so that it stays with you. String class and so many Java classes, not just string. You will see date, you will see calendar, you'll see so many classes, the array list and all. String class has overloaded or overridden. Answer is overridden. This is a revision, so I hope you are catching up. String class has overridden the equals method from object class. For what purpose? There has to be a purpose. To do what? Why? But it's not like just a happy thought that okay, I'll override. To what is the reason? To replace reference equality by content equality. Okay. So string class has already overridden and not even a single word of it is my own. You should always confirm. So open the string class, please. Look for, search for control F equals, and not content equals. Content equal is its own method, additional method. Okay, so you can see that here. What is the word? You should be very smart in identifying. The moment you see this, whatever we are saying is correct. It has overridden the equals method in object class, and what it does is the result is true if and only if you are not giving some null argument. For null, it will return you false, and the another string or it is one is invoker s1 dot equals s2, which is invoker object s1, which is the argument s2. So that is that another an object, whatever. So here, this is when both of them are containing same character sequence. Case sensitive or case insensitive? Tell me. Of course, case sensitive. Okay, so content equality, that is character sequence equality in a case sensitive manner. Then only. So this you know. So now can anyone tell me what will this return, true or false, after saying so many things? Everyone knows the answer. What will this highlighted one return? Is true. It does not care whether it is referring to the same object or not. It simply checks the content as in character sequence as per case sense in a case sensitive manner and tells you. Okay. So now, so this was your earlier part. Earlier part means okay, this I by mistake. I mean copy pasting problem. So I think I got this wrong. Just give me a second, okay? I did this like just, yeah. So now, so that part is over. So tell me openly, is the immutability of the string object completely clear? You gave me wrong answer, so I'm just a little worried for those who gave me wrong answer. Whenever you create a string object, be it a literal string or be it a non-literal string, dynamically created string objects at the runtime are the non-literal strings. Doesn't matter. The immutability part stays the same. Then I hope also, okay, let me ask you, what will be the output here? True or false? Answer that. You know the thing, you can see that. String S1 is containing testing strings. String S2 is containing new string S1. So what will be the answer here? I hope everyone tells me correctly. Very right. So this is false because you know, the moment you say new, JVM has to create a new string object which will be occupied, which will be in the separate place in the heap. Address will be different. So this will be definitely false. So these two parts are out of our, what is it, discussion. Now let us talk about your literal versus non-literal strings. So guys, as I said, yesterday was your first day. So I told you only about the literal strings are the ones with the quoted strings. But there is an additional one. Okay, there are two more ways. You can also have those literal strings added in the pool. So what are the two different ways? One is this plus operator. So this plus operator here also works for creating the string object and putting it in a literal string pool. When I say string object is put in the literal string pool, what I mean is its reference is stored in the pool, actual object stored elsewhere. And the third way of adding the strings in the literal pool is intern. I'll repeat the statement. Everything you may not catch up immediately, but at least hear it over time, you'll understand. So what is the first way to put the string in a literal string pool? Answer is quoted string. I think you understood that much. Another two ways, another two triggers or another two ways are whenever you use the plus operator between constant strings, then the created string is also the part of literal string. I'll solve it. I'll solve it verbally. You can keep drawing the memory pictures of the whole code. And the third trigger is even when on a non-literal string, which is a non-literal string, this is a non-literal string. So after that, if you call s2.intern, there's a special method intern. I've given you some ready-made code. Do solve it in today's lab. So when you call s2.intern, what does JVM do? JVM checks, interning is for adding the strings in the literal string pool. So what happens is JVM checks, is there the same content string already there? Is the reference there in the pool? If the answer is yes, that reference itself is returned to the caller. But suppose there is no such reference of that literal string in the pool, then a new reference is added in that literal string pool so that it can optimize. So this is a bit confusing. Leave the intern method outside. So now, if you want, you can start drawing the memory pictures. I'll verbally tell you because otherwise we take too much time in revision. So let us talk about the class loading phase. JVM's class loader loads the string class. I'm asking you verbally because already I discussed it once in the theory session, once in the lab also. Coming back. So can you tell me when class loader sees this literal string, what will it load in the method area? Just now I said string class is loaded. The moment string class is loaded in the method area, what gets created? Just think about it. I'll be back. Yeah, just a second. Yeah. Right. What is it? What gets created immediately in the heap is a string pool. Constant, it is called as constant string pool or also called as literal string pool. So initially tell me, will it be empty or not empty? Of course, it is going to be empty. What will it consist of? Literal string objects. Okay, references it is actually. So references of what? Literal string objects or non-literal or both? Answer is only literal string object references. Everyone is clear? So now start with that understanding. So when it says this, where will be the string object created and where its reference will be stored? Object O, reference R. So tell me, where will object be memory allocated? In the normal part of the heap. And where will be the reference added? Under that literal string pool. So see the word pool. Pooling is equal to sharing of resources. So tell me, is it possible for us, or is JVM going to create multiple copies of the literal string, or will there be a single copy? Single or multiple? Answer is single copy would be there. Everyone gets it? So in the Java application, where you end up creating large number of literal strings, JVM applies the optimization by creating only one copy and adding its reference in the literal string pool. Okay, next one. So this one I think you have understood. Show hello object elsewhere. Its reference added in the literal string pool. Tell me, uh, I'm asking you a specific question, so let's not waste too much time on this. This call, will it happen at the class loading time or at the runtime? Runtime means at the when the main thread starts calling the main method. Will anything happen here? Answer is no. It's a method call. You are calling a method, so it happens only at the runtime. Answer the next one. What will happen here? When will it happen? Concat is a call, method call, runtime. So all these are runtime. Now let me not waste your time. So anything will happen at the class loading time? Of course, yes. Everyone can see it is a literal string. So the whole story repeats. First, your JVM checks, is there any reference in the pool which is pointing to the same contents as testing strings? Yes, finds it or doesn't find it? Does not find it. Okay, so what will happen as usual? Show the heap on the heap. I said, Saurabh, you missed out. It is a method call. So method calls happen at the runtime. We are at the class loading time. Don't miss in between. Okay, so here. So testing strings, the next one. So here, the object will be created on the heap and reference in the string literal pool, or you can say constant string pool. I hope you understood, Saurabh. Here, you are not listening, Saurabh. See this, listen to this. This method call will take place at the at the dynamically runtime when the main thread starts calling the main method. We are still at the class loading time. Class loading time, JVM only deals with the literal strings. So anytime there is a method call happening on the string, that will happen at the runtime. So wait for 2 minutes. I'm not yet reached the runtime. We are just solving at the class loading time. Are you understanding, Saurabh? So, so this is another one. Not in between. Not in between. Later, completely later, because I spent so much time in this. Not now. So here, now this is done. This is done means this much we have solved. Here what I'm saying instead. Now, will this anything of this will happen? Saurabh, you yourself can answer. Will this happen at the class loading time or will it happen at the runtime? C for class loading, R for runtime. Class loading time. People are confused. Here when I say new string object, the new dynamically created object gets created at the runtime. So this is skipped. This is skipped. All of it is skipped. Directly because, again, because Saurabh wanted to unmute and I'm saying no to him, not now at all. So here, all these are the methods. Okay, all this system.out.println is a method. Nothing happens at the class loading time. So the understand me here. Now it comes on this line. So when it comes to this line, answer the question. Is this a candidate? Not for garbage collection. Is this a literal string which is going to get created or non-literal string? Answer is when you use the plus operator, here it is actually going to consider it as a constant string, and during class loading time itself, it is going to assign value. So now tell me, so I'm telling you, this is considered as, so how many strings will be added to the literal string pool? One will be HE. Are you getting it? So if you're not sure, one will be LLO. Okay, so these two are added. And now when the class loader starts, creates the would say plus of addition of these two strings, which is the string it is going to get? HELLO. So that is also considered as a literal string. So tell me, do we already have a hello in the literal string pool? Answer is yes. So how many string objects will be created by this RHS? Answer is only two, not three. One is wrong. Somebody said one. One is HE, one is LLO. But the combination, the concatenation, the addition already has been added in the literal string pool. Are you getting me? So here, this is the answer of it. If you don't understand, we will revise this in the lab because I really don't want to spend overtime on this. Okay, next one. Will this happen in the class loading time or will it happen at the runtime? C for class loading, R for runtime. So again, I'm talking to Saurabh because he had some confusion. Whenever you are calling a method, when does the method invocation actually happen? Only actually in the dynamic runtime when the main thread is calling the main method. So nothing will happen here. Okay, class loading time, nothing will happen. Tell me now, let us go faster. Otherwise, wasting of time. Here, what happens? Literal or non-literal? S4. S4 is, don't say S4. S4 is not coming in the picture yet. Stack is not assigned. I'll repeat, don't miss out. Here, what is the concatenated? What is the plus answer? HELLO. Is there already a string happening here? Already, yes. Okay. So your later S4 is also going to point to, once you think in stack, to the same literal string. That is the point I made. Next one. Okay, sorry. S4, no, S3, my mistake. S4 does not happen, anything does not happen in the your class loading time. So whatever is not happening in class loading time, ask me during the runtime. Next one, this I think we already covered. So this is the memory picture. So tell me quickly, if you have drawn the memory picture, how many strings have you shown as the literal strings? Confirm. I'll show you. So this one is the first one. Done? I hope the answer is yes. Then where are we next? Then the next is HE. Then is the LLO. And then is the lowercase hello. Because there is no, this thing, hello. I mean, see, are you understanding? Uppercase H and lowercase h. So different strings. So this is the starting point. Now main thread calls the main method. So after main thread calls the main method, then the stack comes into the picture. So start solving it fast. At this point, what will S refer to? That first literal string object which was created. So now this has two references. One is S and one is that ref1 from the pool. Next one. When you say S dot to uppercase, now, Saurabh, now it gets executed at the dynamic time runtime. So what happens in the memory? Everyone knows. A new string object, HELLO, gets created, but it doesn't have any reference, so marked for garbage collection. When I say next line, a concat is a method. So dynamically now at the execution time, it gets called. So what will happen? This HELLO and whatever, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yes, created at the runtime, immediately marked for garbage collection because there's nothing. Now, S1, is it going to have a new string created? No, you have already shown that testing strings object. Okay, so now refer S1, point S1 to that literal string object. Okay, from the string literal string pool. Next one. Now here, this is okay. So tell me, has the RHS been executed? Absolutely not. New object gets created, right? And show S2 pointing to what is that S1 containing now? Yeah, S1 is containing testing strings. So S1 pointing to that literal string object, S2 pointing to newly created non-literal string object. Okay. So now tell me, okay, this you had told me S1 double equal to S2 false. That's fine. Now, content wise is always this. So now let me just check whatever we have. So here, so now start answering S1 double equal to S3. What is S1? Oh no, sorry. This is my mistake. Wait a second. It was correct actually. S1, S3 is wrong. Give me a second, okay? This is all wrong. S1 doesn't mean my code problem. So this is I wanted to say S1 double equal to S2 is done. S3. Give me a second. Copy pasting problem. S3 equal to S4. So let me just write one. Give me a minute. S3 double equal to S4. This is what I wanted. And I wanted something else also. S1 is containing S, I guess. I wanted to say S. Yeah, I wanted to say S. Right. You are saying right. So I wanted to say S double equal to S1 was my mistake. S3, S double equal to S4 and SOP. This is pretty easy. S double equal to S5. See, equals method, I think everyone has understood. So my writing problem. Here, can you tell me S double equal to S3? So what is S? Here, hello. What is S3? Here. So can you tell me what will be the answer here? Everyone understands what I'm asking. Answer is true. Are you getting it? You just have to understand. Plus, I mean that plus operator happens as a constant, I mean, is happening at the class loading time. So this will definitely give you a value of true. Okay. Now, next one. S double equal to S4. Here, you know this. One is the literal string. The other one is the newly created string object reference. So this is going to give you false. And this was pretty easy. S and S5. Of course, what is the answer here? S double equal to S5. Here, somebody is saying true, somebody is saying false. You are missing. S is uppercase H. S and this is lowercase. So again, it is both the strings are from the literal pool, but the content wise they are different. So false. So settle on this. Keep your, I mean, you can take this, you can add more code. You just look at certification exams and you'll see so many code samples. Akash, I have said it so many times. You are missing the point. Whenever for the first time string class is loaded, the moment string class is loaded in the method area, immediately JVM's class loader will create an empty pool. So that is the answer, which I have said multiple times. Okay, so this is the only time I'm spending on it. All other questions on strings and string pools, I'll take it in the labs because you see already half an hour spent on it. And then, then other topics I have to rush towards the end. So go through it. There's nothing, no hurry, absolutely. S equal to S4. See, it is already, I had explained this, Akash. Here, okay, last question I'm taking on this. All other questions, meet me in the labs or ask your individual lab faculties with the memory diagrams, please. So tell me quickly, S is what? A string in the literal string pool. S4 is what? I'll write it here. Here I'll mark it as two literal strings, two new literal strings. Wait a second. Huh? Two new literal strings. Strings means string references added to the pool. So which two are I'm talking about? One is HE and the other one is LLO. Okay, so this is it. This does not happen. The concat is a method of string class gets called, you tell me, at the class loading time or at the runtime? At the runtime. Okay, so here a new object is created with the contents of HELLO, created of this HELLO, but when? At the runtime. So naturally, when I say this, is it going to be same as the one with a literal string pool? Of course not. This is like a new copy. So how many copies are we having? So this is one hello and this is a another hello. So one is from the literal string pool, one is from the non-literal, one is a non-literal string So naturally pointing to two different objects. That is why S equal to S4 equal to false. Are you understanding it? Like I said, take some efforts, little efforts on your own, do some thinking, and that is why I'm not including the intern also. So we can have one more round of discussion in the labs anytime you want. Okay, so keep your memory pictures ready, or whichever code. Whenever you are sending me any memory picture, people are sending me sometimes, so please show me the code, that this is the code and this is the memory diagram. Then only I can test, then only I can check, not otherwise. Okay, so this is where we had looked at string class APIs and all that. So now, but string is not the only class, which has handling character sequences. There are two more peer classes. One is string builder, one is string buffer. So what is the main difference between string versus string builder or string buffer? Answer that. Strings are immutable. And how about string builder and string buffer? String buffer. No, 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 wrong. You did not understand the question. Wait. I'll repeat the question. One is string versus these two classes together, string builder, string buffer, immutability. Which one is immutable? String object is immutable, and string builder and string buffers are what? Modifiable, mutable, changeable. Now I'm asking you, what is the difference between string builder versus string buffer? So now you can talk about the thread safety. So string builder is inherently thread safe or thread unsafe? S or U? Answer is thread unsafe. What it means is it doesn't apply the locks internally. And string buffer is what? Inherently thread safe or thread unsafe? Thread safe. If any one of you are thinking that, did I miss when she explained the thread safety? You did not miss it. I have not explained the thread safety. The thread safety, multi-threading, asynchronous, and all these things we are going to cover directly in the last topic of Core Java, multi-threading. But you can understand this much. One API is applying the locks when the concurrent multiple threads are accessing the same copy, which is your string buffer. And one API, one class is not applying the locks. So apply your common sense and tell me which one will be faster. Is it string buffer or string builder? Which will be higher performant? Of course, the one without the locks, which is string builder. Okay, but all the discussion on the string on the thread safety properly when we enter synchronization in Java. Not so fast. But now I need to show you the string builder API, and we'll write one or two small samples just to give you the idea about how string builders are different, and then we will proceed to the next topic. So please open. Okay, sorry, one more thing. For all practical purposes, we are going to use throughout only string builder. String buffer we will not use. It is anyway a legacy class. Legacy as in old class. So this is your string builder. As I have showed you, mutable sequence of characters, and the Java docs. Whatever I'm saying is basically taken from Java docs and good books. So wherever possible, it is recommended that this class should be used as a drop-in replacement, as a good replacement, complete replacement of string buffer. It will be faster under most of the implementation, under most of the cases. Okay, so now let me take you to one more difference. String versus string builder. String has only the fixed length. And here, when you talk about string builder, string buffer, forget string buffer, string builder, it has a length as well as a capacity. Okay, so take a look at some of the constructors. When you create a empty means default constructor, argumentless constructor, it creates the string, read this, no characters and original capacity of 16 characters. So if I use this API, what will be the length and what will be the capacity? Give me two answers. What will be the length with this and what will be the capacity? 0 and 16. 0 length, capacity 16. How about this? So you suppose I give the initial capacity as 1K, 1024. What will be the answer? What will be the length and what will be the capacity? Let's see what you're answering. 0 and 1K. Absolutely correct. The moment you say no characters, of course, everyone understands. What is it? The length is 0. Do you remember a char sequence? 1 minute recap. What is char sequence? Interface or a class? Char sequence. It is an interface. Interfaces cannot be instantiated. But what is the famous principle? Famous saying? The stack ref, I'm talking in your assignment, stack ref equal to new fixed stack. So stack type of reference could directly refer to your fixed stack or growable stack. Likewise, char sequence can directly refer to any of its implementation classes, which are what? String, string builder, string buffer, all three of them. Okay, so in short, wherever you see char sequence, what all I'll be able to pass? All of above. I mean, any of above rather. So string, string builder, string buffer is all possible. And what will be the length and what will be the capacity? The length will be whatever is the length of your sequence.length, and capacity is totally managed by the JVM. So you can't really figure it out. You have a method here, capacity, but in short, you don't manage the capacity. The dynamic memory allocation is all managed by the JVM. And similarly, the last one is string builder, which takes a string. So it will initialize it with string. And here, the additional 16 characters will be supplied. So instead of talking about it, let's try this. So here, this is day 8, right? Yeah. So 8.1. So it is going to be little assorted. Assorted means different topics, which are the prerequisites of your collection framework. So I'm still calling it as strings because string builder is, handling a character sequence. I'm still calling it that. So test one. I'll write something. You have, okay, open the Java docs and keep it in front of you so you don't get any confusion. String builder. Something. And here now, I'm just showing you. When I say SB1, which is the method which will be called implicitly, internally, everyone knows the answer. I'm passing the reference. So what will be called as toString. So it has overridden the toString to display the contents. You will see that. So I'll just mention here contains. Okay. So this is what you're going to see via toString. Next one. What I want to show you is the length and the capacity. So SB1 dot, okay, I'll just give the header, length. And there are two methods. Length method you already know from your string, but there is an additional method called as capacity. So you can find out what is the current capacity. So what is going to be the answer here? So how many is 3, 3, 6, 7. 7 plus 16, that is 23. So what will be the answer here? This is your 7 and plus additional 16 characters are provided. So this is what is the basic initial work of it. If you give here empty, you don't give the string here, you just use the default constructor. Answer will be 0 and 16. So I think everyone is clear here. Next one. Now I'll write something and let's see whether you answer me correctly. So be watchful. I mean, be like little more awake. Good questions. Okay, so I should tell you beforehand, like how we have a concat, here we have a append. And this append method has been overloaded to have all the primitive types. So let me say append, I can append an integer also. I can append a Boolean flag also. I can append a this thing, any primitive type. So that's not my question. My question is something else. So here I'm saying, what was that? SB1 double equal. Oh, sorry. First, I'll just say, I'll ask you basic questions. SB1. Don't forget the fact we have moved on from string to string builder. That is the clue before you start giving me wrong answers. SB1 dot double equal to SB2. And here, okay, first let us, anyway, I'll write all of it and then we will talk about it. Just keep solving, keep, having your answers. SB1, SB2, this, sorry, SB3, I should say, right? SB2 is already taken. And then I'll say SB. Peculiarities only I'm saying, because, people ask you more questions on these things other than anything else. So, no, don't worry about the whole of it, rest of it. Just let us go line by line. Tell me honestly, is everyone clear so far? So what is happening in line number 6? Is anything happening during the class loading time? Answer is no. This whole constructor gets called at the runtime. So now we are not in the literal string pool or anything. Okay, of course, this is a literal string, but that literal string will get added when the RHS is getting executed, not at the class loading time. So coming back to the point, here, this is a new string builder object. Keep drawing. I'm not going to draw it. I'm going to just discuss it. So anyone wants to tell me what will happen truly, not at the class loading time, but at the runtime? You should show a string builder getting loaded, string class getting loaded, and literal string pool also. I'm saying at the runtime. Okay. Sorry, the literal string pool at the class loading time. But this object creation will happen when? At the class loading time or at the runtime? Saurav, give me a minute. I'm not checking your answers immediately. Let me go line by line. So here at the class loading time, just an empty literal string pool. And when in the runtime, when the main thread calls main method, show a string builder object containing a literal string, and that literal string reference is now added in the literal string pool. Now focus on string builder first. Next one. So anyone, what will be the output here? Pretty easy question. What will be the answer here? I'm going line by line. Answer is going to be testing. Everything is at the runtime now. So testing will be the answer. What will be the length? What will be the capacity? You saw it also, 7 and 23. Okay. Now, here I have written something. Instead of concat, you have an append method. So now tell me, what will be the contents of SB1? Let me see what is it you are saying. So the answer is very right. So I was just afraid because what happens is you are so much into strings and you forget that this is a mutable one. So the string builder itself gets modified. So those who are thinking or those who have answered, this is 100, they are 100% correct. The modification, appending, insertion, deletion happens on the same copy. And what will be the output here? Anyone? One thing at a time, I'm asking. Same output. Okay, so you'll get the same output here. Okay, next one here. This is the acid test. Acid test means confirmation test of your understanding. What will be the answer here? SB1 double equal to SB2. It is going to be true. Why? Because what happens internally is the same string builder gets modified, gets appended and returns the reference to the caller. So here, this is going to be true. I'll repeat the statement again. String builder is the modifiable variety, mutable variety. So whatever changes, I'm just showing you append. You can use insert, delete. There's a reverse. So many things happen. So they happen on the same copy. So and the what append method does? Read this. It appends the string representation of integer argument to the sequence. And if you see returns a reference to this object. So it is returning the reference to string builder, SB1 itself. So naturally, this is true. Everyone is clear here? Now, are the answers clear here so that I don't have to rewind and explain? Yes. So this is pointing to the same. Now, here, when we are doing this, are we referring to the earlier created string builder object or the new one? A new object gets created, or will it refer to the earlier one? Of course, a new object. The moment you say new, that much everyone understands. So I hope this is not a question. I hope nobody will give me a wrong answer here. What is it, true or false? It is false. You are very right. Last one, SB1 equals SB3, the last answer. Yes, so people are saying true all over, and see the actual output. It is going to be false. Okay. So let me just check, because from JDK versions, I don't think they would have changed it, but anyway, we'll just see this. Oh, yes, what I said is right. So it is rest other than the last answer. Okay, I think I ran it too fast. Here, check this. Check it with your answers, our answers. Rest of the answers are fine. This is true. This is proper. This is false, so no surprise. But here you are saying last one is true, but actually it is false. So in such cases, the only source is Java docs. So now come to string builder and look for equals. And what is it is telling you? I expect this kind of understanding on our 8th day together. So what is it? I've taken you to the Java docs. No, don't give me any fancy answers. I want simple answer. So here, what is it is saying? Declared in object means what? I want something exactly. So the string builder has not overridden the equals. Are you understanding? See, these are the shady areas or gray areas, we can say, where people grill you. So string has overridden the equals method to replace reference equality by content equality. But string builder, what is it going by? Is it going by reference equality, or is it going by content equality? Tell me, R or O. It is going by reference equality because it has not overridden. Is it of a practical use? Answer is no, not really. But you should know, because if some such kind of question or code is given, you should know this. So now, when you know it is a reference equality, and when you know that SB1 is pointing to one and SB3 is pointing to another, now I think everyone understands it. So I'll just add a word here, because the rest of it you have already given me correct answers. So here, the string builder class has not overridden the equals. Okay. So in short, goes by checks by reference equality, as in inherited from your object class. Okay. So this is the small point I wanted to make, and keep such points in front of you whenever you are revising and all that. Next one. So now it is kind of easy. So where have we reached? SB1 is this. So SB1 dot. Now you can see the method chaining approach. What is method chaining? No. If it was overridden, of course it will be true. SB1, oh, just a second. SB1 is containing testing. Oh my God, I made a mess. Wait a second. Yeah, so testing, and I had appended this. Thanks for pointing it out. Who was that? I should thank for Abhishek. Thank you so much. Testing. I missed it. My mistake. I got a glitch. I got a glitch here. Anyway, doesn't matter. So let me say SB something. I made a mistake. So SB this. Oh. And I will ask you here. Answer is going to be the same, but I had overlooked something. So I stand corrected. Look at this. What happened is I forgot that we had this line and SB1 was actually containing the contents testing 1, 2, 3, 4. Now, Abhishek, I have cleared my mistake, corrected my mistake. So please tell me, guys, it is a one more round of revision for you. So SB22 is containing testing. SB3 is containing testing. So here SB22 and SB3 false. Everyone understands it. But I'm saying this is also going to be false. Like I said, I should not cause a confusion. Are you clear, Abhishek? Or is everyone clear? Earlier was a mess. Earlier was, I forgot that we had modified the contents. Does not matter. It has not overridden the object classes equals method. So the moment you have a new object, it is going to give you false. But thanks for pointing it out. Coming back. So now I was talking about something called as method chaining. So here, let us see. I've got SB1 dot, see this? If you just open the append, there is an append method which can take the overloaded arguments. But now anyone wants to tell me, so I have taken Boolean. Okay, so SB1 dot append false. So what is it we are having at SB1? By now SB1 has testing followed by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So now what does this return? It returns the reference to SB1 itself. So can I do the method chaining? Can I invoke the multiple methods in the same go? Of course, yes, because it is returning me string builder, and you can use it. Get used to this pattern. In Hibernate, we are going to use this a lot. So here I can still say append, and this time I can say, see, there is an overloaded version which takes a character array. So how do I create inline? Inline means in the same line. I can say new character array. And I hope you remember the dynamic initialization. So let's say A, B something, I'm just saying. So here again I can say, just to show you the point, let's say a double value. So 123, 445, and etc. And as always, when I say SOP SB1, what is it I'm going to see? The original contents or appended contents, O or A. Naturally, appended one. So where we had reached testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What will get appended to that? False. Then a character array containing AB. So AB. And what will be the last appended is a double value. So here, such things become very handy whenever you want to modify your overriding form of toString and you want to create a new string by, appending a lot of things. Everything has a practical value, which will be discussed later. So just check the output, guys. So here, what is it we had? This was our testing original, appended, Boolean, the characters array AB, and a double. So don't be surprised if you see this method chaining pattern. And then likewise, there are so many methods. You can definitely look up SB1. I'll just do something so that people are not confused. Reverse is the method. Of course, people ask you that reverse the string content without using the API. So you have to think in arrays and get it into the characters and all. But there is a ready-made API. So naturally, when I say SOP SB1, I'm still asking you same things. So here, what will be the output? Original strings or the reverse string? O or R? Output on line number 19. Of course, reverse string. Reverse contents. And real question is here, original or reversed? I hope everyone has mentally shifted from string to string builder. It is the same. The changes are happening on the same copy. So it is going to be the reversed. Now, you can see, once again, I'll show you what is the capacity and what is the length. So here I'm printing capacity. Just check because I'm not counting reversed. Okay, so here you will see, you check what was the original capacity, everyone remembers 23. So now can you see The length itself has become 25 because we kept on appending. And typically I'm saying it's not guaranteed because it depends slightly on JVM to JVM. What formula it internally uses is current capacity into 2 plus 2. So 23 twos are 46 plus 2. But again, don't rely on this. And I'm saying as a Java developer, you are never going to manage the memory. JVM is automatically doing the memory management. But this is just to show you the fact that it is what is it? It is a mutable string. It represents a mutable character sequence. JVM keeps track of giving you the additional capacity as and when required. Only for the first time when you create a string builder, what is the initial capacity? What are the extra characters? How many extra characters it gives you? Answer is 16. But after that, it is as per the internal JVM working or internal JVM specification. Last things and we will move on. There are a lot of methods. There is a insert, delete, replace, so many methods. Anytime we require, we will talk about it. We can't keep spending otherwise, more than this time. So just a small thing. So what is it? I'll do something here. So where I have reached SB1. Okay. So if you open the string builder, please open the Java docs parallelly. So if you open the string builder, there is a method called as set length. So it says sets the length of the character sequence. Okay, it is pretty guessable. So I'm saying set length to 0. So what is it I'm setting? As the obvious thing, I'm setting the length of the string builder to 0. Answer the question, please. So here I'm asking you 3 answers. Okay, answer that. So here, what will be the output here? First output, blank. Because we have set the length of the string builder to 0. So all characters are gone. What will be the output here? So you won't see anything. You are going to see nothing here, a blank here. What will be the length here? Everyone knows the answer. I hope everyone knows the answer, 0. I'm not looking at your answers. But the real question is, what will be the capacity? 0, 16, or what was it value we had reached at? Some value we had reached at, yeah, 48. Correct answer is 48. So the point I'm trying to make is string builder or JVM does not trim the capacity. If you want to, reduce the capacity to, lower size and all, there is another method for that. So this is just going to set the length. Are you understanding? There is nothing here because all the data, all the character sequence is gone. Length has been reduced to 0, but the capacity remains the same. So it is wastage. So there is a method in the string builder, trim to size. Okay, the method name is trim to size, and read it. Attempts. Attempts means tries, means no guarantee that JVM will follow you. But in most of the cases, when you send the request to reduce the capacity, what it will do is it will try to make the capacity equal to length. Attempts means tries, not 100% guarantee. So trim to size. And the moment you do this, rest of it you already knew. See, the methods which you may not understand on your own, looking at the Javadocs, that I generally take. Because those are little different working. The normal methods, insert, replace, substring, delete characters, add, that even you can read the Javadocs, and whenever we require, I'll definitely explain. But these are some special methods or different methods. So I'm showing you. So tell me, what is the length now and what is the capacity? Length was anywhere reduced to 0. The capacity is also now trimmed to 0. So these are some, special ways or different ways in the string builder works. So whenever you are revising, you can break this code into parts. Now, attaching the debugger, you can add the breakpoint and you can check till this point, what is the value? And then you can, continue tracing the code. So this is the time I wanted to spend on the string builder. Capacity, Prachi, I think all your answers. Yes, of course, string builder is already there. So Prachi, I already gave the answer. The trimming happens only when you say trim to size. And Saurabh, answer is yes, we can append. String builder object has not gone anywhere. So such doubts, such questions, definitely try it in the labs. And if you find something strange than what we are expecting, talk to us. Okay. So this was about your handling string builder. String versus mutable string builder. Now let me take you to the next topic. Yeah, this is the most important one of today, actually speaking. The others are also there, but this is one of the most important. And you will see when we start with growable data structures in Java, then each so many methods in the collection framework internally work on this. So tell me, has everyone at least gone through my yesterday's assignment? It was optional, I agree, but I hope you have at least looked at it, and that definitely deserves the time or needs time. So I solved it partially in one of the labs, but since it is so important, I'm going to do it from scratch. I'm not going to rely on what I showed in one of the labs. Some things I can, skip, but these things I can't. So open that. And the initial part was pretty easy. So I'll do it without any discussion, and I will write something. We will see the problem and we'll fix it again. Excuse me for a minute. Okay, sorry. So I hope you have already written the code for the highlighted one. Let me just write it. Like I said, yesterday I had already written, but it just takes a minute to write it. So what we are doing here is testing equals. So I'll give the package name itself as test equals. Okay, I had written something else. So I'll change it because I want you to revise this equality testing in a proper thorough manner so that nobody has any confusion. I said comma vehicles, but that much I think you can manage. Right, encapsulation. Then we have got color. This is a repeat run for those who were in my lab yesterday, but bear with me. Okay. And now I'll just generate. You're not supposed to generate the equals. You're supposed to learn the equals. And toString I'm generating because we've been talking about it since long time. So tell me, everyone is clear so far? I'm just writing it from scratch for those who have not looked at it yesterday. So this is the starting point. A vehicle could be a two-wheeler, three-wheeler, four-wheeler, whatever, six-wheeler and all that. Any generic vehicle has a registration number, color, and a price. Okay. Now, registration number, of course, you get allotted when it is sold, but let's say it has been sold or whatever. So now the real interesting stuff is writing the testers. I had advised people don't even attach scanner, or okay, I was going to say don't attach scanner, but no, let's not take any shortcuts. Does everyone remember this try with resources learned yesterday? Start using the try with resources so that closing the scanner is no longer required. Explicitly closing the scanner is no longer required. Scanner SC equal to scanner. If there is any exception, unhandled checked exception, then we will definitely add a catch-all. Currently, what I'm showing does not require any exception, but as a normal template, you can end it with a catch-all block. But as a rule, the try with resources block can exist on its own. Shown. Okay. And I'm just creating a object here. We in the same package. Okay. So this is your registration number, color, and the price. I should have copied from my yesterday's code. And the same thing, let's do it for the second vehicle. Okay, so I've got questions for you. Now stay alert. So start answering. Till this point, everyone knows what is happening. So what will be the output here? V1 double equal to V2. Everyone knows it. It's a reference equality we are having. So true or false? Naturally false. So that Java doesn't support operator overloading. So we are not rectifying, we are not modifying this. But now I have a basic most question, answer faster. This equals method, we have not written any equals method so far, but compiler doesn't give you the error. So whose equals method we are using? Answer that. We are using the inherited form of the object classes method. So I'll just mention it in this. So using inherited or objects equals. So yesterday I had asked you to do the readme. So tell me, I'd asked you specifically open the object class and go through what? The description of equals. It is reflexive, it is symmetric, it is transitive, etc. That is also important, but the most important is object classes equals method goes by what? Reference equality or content equality, R or C. What does it go by? I hope everyone, because all these statements I had made in my lab, but I expect everyone to go through that because that was given as a reading homework. So it goes by the reference equality. Means what? If and only if V1 and V2, because I'm talking about this, are referring to the same object in the heap, then only it will return true, otherwise return false. So now tell me quickly, even if I give the same state, everything same, color same, registration number same and all, what is the value, what is the output going to be continuously? True or false, or depends? Answer is always it is going to return you false. So that is our baseline. That is our starting point. Confirm that much first. So suppose this is the registration plate, the color and the price. Okay. And see what I'm doing. I'm taking the same details and pasting it. And I hope you expected both as false because it is the same. Object classes equals method and this double equal to operator are the same. And this is what they have given it in the object classes description. So tell me, is everyone 100% clear here? Because this is a very important topic. This is basis of so much of API. So I can't just pass it. So this is the one thing. So now what I want, you just see the output and you focus on that. Can you all see? It is also containing the state, one state, I mean some data members. Here also it is the same. And if you read my problem statement properly, I had given you, when will you say the two vehicles are same? I don't have to compare the entire state because currently I'm just having 3 members. Later I might have 30. So what is the unique identifier which differentiates two vehicles is I had given you registration number. Means what? If I'm doing the data entry for my showroom where I'm keeping all my vehicles or maybe a company warehouse. So I will say two vehicles are same if and only if their registration number. You will say in the showroom or company warehouse where the registration number is allocated. So then mentally change it to chassis number. Everyone knows there is a on the what do you say bottom of the vehicle there is a separate unique chassis number. So you can think of it that. In short, I just want you to think about is a unique ID. So I'll say two vehicles are same if and only if currently just take it as registration number is same. So answer quickly. Is this working as a required, as a desired one? Of course not. You can see that this is also having the registration number. This is also having the same registration number. So which output I want it as a true? Don't expect this to be changed true because there is no operator overloading in Java. So double equal to will always give you false. But when I use the equals method for testing equality, should it go by reference equality or should it go by the equality based on unique ID? First option or second option? Of course,
Second.
second option. Everyone is understanding so far? So how to achieve it? Earlier days, we were achieving it by adding our own method is equal, is the vehicle equal, is the point equal, is the box equal and all. But that is a unclean approach. So the correct approach is you have already got a method, stick to the method declaration and change the behavior, modify the behavior. Exactly. No getter and all Akash is required. So here we will need to override the equals method to replace what by what? To replace reference equality by content equality. So anyone wants to tell me, where should I override it? Should I override it in test1 class or vehicle class? T or V? Of course, vehicle. You know, sometimes I get doubts. I mean, get doubts means I get the doubts from people. Where should I override? Of course, whose equality testing is happening? Vehicle's equality testing is happening. So you have to do it in the vehicle class. All of you clear? So I think Akash, you were thinking in test class. So you said getters and all that. So I hope I have corrected your thinking. So whose equality testing? Vehicle. So it has to be inside the vehicle. And here I purposefully am going to write it in a different manner so that you will never make those mistakes. So I'll write something. Again, this is a repeat run for my batch, but I mean, whatever, whoever was sitting with me yesterday, but it is worth repeating. So let me say public, the return type boolean, the name of the method is equals, and since we are testing the equality of two vehicles, here let me give this as a vehicle. And here I will check the, what is it called? What is the criteria I want to check it by? Registration number. So one is current vehicle. This one is, as I like to call it as another vehicle. Okay, so you understand immediately. So you can compare if both the registration numbers are same, return true. So, and if it is different, return false. So tell me, is this line correct or wrong? Is it correct or is it wrong? Tell me, C or W, is it correct or wrong? Somebody's mic is unmuted. Mute yourself, please. It is wrong. So don't worry. If you're thinking it is correct, let's go with your understanding. So here you can always do, if elsing and all. I'm just doing it in one line. So return. If you want clarity, you can say this dot registration number. But I think people will understand. When I say registration number, it means the invoker's registration number. If I say v1 dot equals v2, v1 is the invoker. So registration number. And now tell me, how should I check the equality of the another vehicle's registration number? You have two choices. Oh, okay, forget choices. You tell me. I'll write something. Tell me correct or wrong. So if they are the same, it will return true. Otherwise, it will return false. So highlighted code, is it correct or is it wrong? So people are saying, let me see. Okay, people are saying wrong. What is wrong in that? Just recently covered. So you should never ever make this mistake. So let me help you. Those who are not sure, those who are confused for them. What is the data type of registration number? String. And how do you always should check the equality of strings? Using double equal to or using what? Equals. You spend a lot of time even yesterday and today. So I'm not going to repeat all of it. So don't ever check. Don't ever compare the two strings for equality. When I say compare, don't take off to compare to. You don't require compare to. Just equals method has been already overridden. So here equals, and I can definitely say another vehicle's registration number. Is everyone clear so far? What is the statement I made? The statement I made is anytime you are comparing the equality, you are testing the equality of two strings. What should you use? Logical equal, I mean double equal to relational operator or equals method? Of course, equals method. Otherwise, it will give you wrong results. Don't trust. Try it out in the lab and you will find it. Okay, so this is fine. This is fine means this is not fine really, but let us start with this. Okay, I have written and something else. I'll just put a tracer. Tracer means just a SOP in vehicles equals. Okay, this is going to tell you a bit. So now let me run this. I'm not touching any part of the code as you are seeing it. And let us run this and give some data, something, color and some price. And let me give, it doesn't matter. Oh, okay, anyway, I should not be saying, you should be saying it. So is it working as expected? Just tell me yes or no. So I hope everyone understands this you cannot change. This is going by reference equality. But now is it calling our vehicle class as equals method? Yes. And since the registration plate, registration numbers are same, it is saying true. Okay. Solve one more. Okay. What will be the answer? I'm not asking that reference equality. That is anyway false. The last output will be what? True or false? Code did not crash. I don't know why you said code will crash. So here, this is, it is going in the vehicles equals method and going through true. Next one. And here if I say, I am just taking, all possible cases. So everyone is like, understanding. What will be the answer? Last line only. True or false? Yes, please. The last one. It is not going to consider anything but this. So tell me, are the registration numbers same or different? Different. And of course, it is going to say false. It does not care whether the color and the price is the same. Are we 100% clear so far? Tell me yes or no quickly. Okay. So now, so you think I'm saying, you feel that you have done the job. Okay. So keep thinking like that. And let me make another copy. I'm making another copy so that, you get a chance. Or, okay, I'll make the whole project package copy. So please, even if you don't revise anything else, I'm fine. But do revise the equality part, equals part. Everywhere else, everywhere it is going to come. So let me create another package, test equals to. And so, focus on this. You understood? Don't worry about what I copied. Just focus on the code which I'm asking you. So tell me, if I change the reference type to object, Tell me why there is no compiler error. We have done this at least 100 times. So I expect everyone to answer, not just couple of you. Yes, vehicle is an object. So what is happening? Which is the implicit conversion which your compiler is doing? Everyone should know the answer in the middle of night. Upcasting. So what is it we are doing? We are climbing up the hierarchy from vehicle to object, nothing but upcasting. Okay. So here, object V2. Everyone gets it. Now let me get rid of this. We don't want this. We want only the equals method. Focus on the equals method. So now all the statements, all the age-old statements, compiler goes by the type of the reference. So what is the type of V1 and V2? Object. But object class already has the equals. That is where the whole discussion began. So compiler does not give you the error. Agreed with me? Next statement. Next statement is what? JVM goes by what? Tell me, by type of the reference or type of the object? It goes by the type of the object. And which is the type of the object we are having is a vehicle. So at runtime, which classes, equals method should get called. I said should get called on which instance? Object class or the vehicle? Vehicle. And that is when we say you are enjoying or you have achieved runtime polymorphism via method overriding. All the statements make sense. We have spent really good time. I hope, I should not say good time, you should say, but that is enough time we have got. And now you observe, please, because that is how you should, you should think and you should understand things. Anyway, so let's say red, some price, and let me have the copy here. Okay. And I've removed that double equal to because that was meaningless. Reference equality, who cares? I care about the unique ID equality, content equality. And you get your surprise. Those who are thinking will not be surprised, but those who are little, not thinking or not so this will definitely be surprised. You can see the entire state is the same, but still it is saying false. And what is even worse is, do you remember we have put a statement here, SOP here. So it is not even calling the vehicles equals method. So whose equals method it is still calling, guys? Whose equals method is still calling? It's definitely not calling your equals as in vehicle equals. So which is the other form of the equals method we have? The object classes equals method. In short, is runtime polymorphic behavior or is runtime polymorphism working or not working? Answer is 100% it is not working. It is still going by the type of the reference and it is not going by the type of the object. Are you getting this? This is where there has to be something wrong in our code. So anyone, what is wrong in our code? I'll just open it. It takes time. So anyone wants to tell me? So here, look at this and the problem is here. So tell me, is this the, no, annotation is not a problem. Charu, annotation is for helping you. Okay, let me ask you. No, downcast and all, you are all wrong. Let me bring you back to the track. When you are looking at it, tell me, is it a overriding form of the method or is it a overloaded form, R or L? I'm giving you clues. Think. What you are looking at is the overloaded form, guys. Why? Because everyone should know the answer. So when you go to the object classes equals method, what is the rule of method overriding? The access specifier same or wider, fine, we made it public. Return type same or subtype, covariance, but covariance is not applicable to your primitive types, so Boolean. We kept the method name same, but purposefully, because this is a very often error, very frequent error I see in beginners, I purposefully, did we keep the type, method signature has to be same. So tell me, did we keep it same or did we change it? We changed the signature. So when you change the method signature, what is it you have? Overloaded methods. And method overloading is detected by the compiler. Compiler goes by the type of the reference. So you never got any runtime polymorphic behavior. Are we all 100% clear? Are we 100% clear here? Because such errors can, you can just spend hours on this. So is there any way to highlight this error? I keep asking you, compile time errors are easier to spot and fix, or the wrong output is easier to fix? I hope you are saying compile time error. So is there any way to tell compiler that whatever follows is the overriding form and not overloaded? And that is why I was insisting on annotation. So earlier somebody was saying that add annotation, but that is not as, what do you say, that I can't take it as a fix. The problem was in the method signature, but we don't realize such problems, of course, in a beginner phase. Later you will spot it immediately. So how do you save yourself? How do you make your life easier? Simply tell container, tell container is JVM, this thing at override. And now whose job it is to check whether it is correctly overridden or not? Compiler's job. And this is why I was insisting at override annotation is not compulsory, not mandatory, but 100% recommended. Now, does everyone agree with me that at override is for your own good, or adding at override annotation helps you a lot? I hope everyone agrees with me. Because otherwise you don't even think that, you say, okay, she's saying something, so we'll just do it. But now the real work should be here. Now let us go faster. Look at time. So here, what is the correction I want? The correction I want is, I can't change the type. I can say this object. So see, I'm telling you, I'm fixing one problem, showing you another and fixing. And that is how we'll go the whole correct way. Go faster now. So tell me, this is complete revision of object-oriented principles, whatever, inheritance, polymorphism and all that, upcasting, downcasting, everything is here. So now tell me, why there is a compiler error on this particular line? Just answer my questions. Why there is a compiler error? You know the statement. Compiler goes by what? Type of the reference. And what is the type of this? So it is type is object. And in object class, is there a registration number? Absolutely not. So what is the solution? Tell me. Everyone knows the solution. Tell compiler, don't look into object, but look into vehicle. I hope you are enjoying the revision. So here, what is it? I have to do is, I have to cast down. I have to climb down from object to vehicle. So I can say vehicle, right? And add the brackets correctly. Okay. So now you have satisfied the compiler. I'm not saying, okay, let's reserve whether you are satisfied or fooled. So you have at least the error disappears. So let me ask you, what is the type at the compile time here? Object. But what is the type here? It is vehicle. So in which class your compiler will search for registration number? A vehicle. And then, this is what is done. Okay, so now this is your level 1 or whatever you call it. Some level. So now let me run this. You remember I have got the object type of references, and here and if you want, I can give this whole data same. It is only the ID which has to be same. And I hope you are realizing, is it calling the overriding form correctly? Yes. Is it the example of a runtime polymorphism? Yes, because everything is resolved by the type of the object instead of the type of the reference, and as expected, it is returning true. And if I change the data, and if I say something, the rest of it I can keep same, different, hardly matters, because the equality testing is based on registration number. it is going to your vehicles equals overriding form and coming out with false. Are we 100% clear so far? When I'm writing such a 2-liner, 3-liner code, you can definitely code along and you will definitely get a feeling of understanding immediately. So this is what is the whatever step 1, level 1 something. Now keep watching. I'll just bring in one more and we'll shift to the next one. So here I'm doing something in the tester. Okay, I was thinking, one more copy of this. Let's not waste your time. So here I'm saying string s. Keep watching. I'll ask you the question at a precise time, proper time. So when I say here v1 dot equals, and here I'm going to say s. So can anyone tell me why there is no compiler error? Can you all check? See the whole code and just it's less than 10 lines. So whole code is in front of you. So anyone wants to tell me why no compiler error? Only one answer I got. I want more. Why there is no compiler error, guys? I'm looking at your answer. Respond. Yes. No. Don't, Ashish, your answer is wrong. You are thinking wrong. Object contains equals method is wrong. Here, just I'll help you. Give me a second. Here, the argument I'm talking about. See that other part, Ashish, which you are saying, I have already explained. So compiler goes by the type of the reference. So object class has equals method, but that part, that is a known fact. Now I'm asking you why it is accepting string, because like somebody said, string is a object and nothing but what is happening is upcasting, right? So you can pass in place of object. The equals method takes any object. So I can pass a fruit, I can pass a flower, I can pass a color, I can pass an employee, anything, anything, because all the classes by default extend from it. So now tell me, when I run this line, there's no compiler error. So only two choices, runtime error or the output. And if output, which output? I'm not asking the solution, I'm asking you a question. So please stick to the question. Runtime error. Are you understanding this? So why there is a runtime error? Because some of you may get it fast, some of you may need some time. So let's do it properly. So you are passing a string here. The control goes here. And what is happening here is without checking, I told you so many times, doing blind downcasting can definitely lead you, not definitely, but yes, can sometimes lead you to the problem. So what is we are trying to do here? You are trying to cast a string into vehicle. Will it work or will it not work? 100% it will not work. So this is what I call fooling the compiler. Why compiler could be fooled? Compiler just thought of it as an object. String is an object, vehicle is an object, so there's no problem. But here you will get your famous class cast exception. And here, what is the reason? Everyone knows the reason. What cannot be cast to what? String cannot be, X is not, cannot be cast to a vehicle. You get this? And I want you to write a code where user may give you anything, but your code should not break. Your code should not blow up. You should have thought of all the possibilities. So now already people are giving me, which is so cool. Instance of checking is the one which is missing. So that is what is the full-fledged uh, overriding of equals. Please remember all of that. So suppose this is anyway going to work. But so this till this part, fine. But you can see that there is a exception here and it tells you which exception, class cast, and it tells you so clearly string cannot be cast to a vehicle. And once you see the problem, I'm sure everyone understands the solution. What it was lacking is instance of checking. So where should I do the instance of checking? Before downcasting or after? After is all doomed. So of course before. So give me this. So I don't like this variable name, or anyway, let me not change this. If another vehicle, that's the reference. Then you add your keyword instance of. What should be on the right hand side? What should be the type I'm checking is the vehicle. So here you put your vehicle. If it is instance of vehicle, means you can only compare means test the equality of two vehicles. But if anyone tells me vehicle and a string, vehicle and a fruit, vehicle and an object or account or something, totally wrong. It is two different. So in this case, simply return false. These are two incompatible things which is beyond comparison, beyond equality testing. So simply return false. So this is our full and final version of overriding of equals. So today only this much. This much means only on equals this much. But when I take you to hashing based data structures, hash set, hash map, you will see that just overriding equals is not sufficient. There is an additional method called as hash code. You know about that. Currently, it is simply returning the address. But for making that hashing algorithm based data structures working, you need to override that, and that becomes even super interesting. So today, just absorb overriding of equals and understand it well. Now we have got the code. Let user give me anything. My code will not break. Okay, foolproof or fail proof code, you can say. So just confirm. I think all the statements are clear. Equals is a good opportunity to revise all of this, whatever you have learned so far. And here, this part is already tested. And if, see, this one was comparing two vehicles. So it went into if condition, downcasted from object to vehicle, confirm that registration numbers are all the same using string classes equals method and came out with true. Here, what happened? Did it enter the if? Do you remember what is it I'm talking about? Otherwise, I could be vague. Here, in the second case, when I'm passing a string, string is an object, so works fine. I mean, compiles fine. Prints in vehicles equal. And at this point, what will instance of return? True or false? Is string instance of a vehicle? Absolutely not. So where will the control be? You will go to the false, and without getting that class pass exception, we are simply saying the equality is returning false. So those who have done it yesterday itself or whatever, I mean, doesn't matter. Everyone by now should be 100% clear. Are you clear? I should ask you. I should not make a statement. Is everyone fully clear? So today, of course, I'll give you a different scenario which has date time handling, which has enums and all those things. That is the next topics today. And you will have a slightly longer assignment which will test your skills, overriding equals, enums, date time handling, and something else, exception handling also. So today will be a longer assignment, it is a weekend approaching. So I have to keep you busy in the weekend, over the weekend. Okay, so that's it. This was one of the remaining parts. Now let us start the today's parts. And as you know, I have not shown you any date related handling, but you have done JavaScript. So in JavaScript, you have a date class. So here we also have the date class. So let us enter date time handling in Java, and let me tell you more about it. So there is a README. Okay, instead of README, open the Java docs. If you want to have a summary in today's help, day 8 help, here there is a one README which has strings, date time handling, and variable arguments. Because I won't say they are related topics and all, but yes. So read this much and we'll start discussion. I'll show you. Okay, so what we are talking about is how to handle date, time in Java. So there is a class which I'll ask you to open. You can parallelly open. There are two date classes. One is java.sql, sql.date that we will use in your database topic, JDBC. But now we are using the super class, that is the class of, the super class is java.util.date. What it represents is it represents the date till the millisecond precision. So you must have read this. Let me explain the similar things from your API docs. So look for date and java.sql.date we'll refer to in our JDBC dates. So go to the second one. So you can see some things. You should notice things, So one class can implement multiple interfaces. Do you remember seeing comparable interface yesterday? Which is the class you saw is also comparable? Anyone remembers it? String class. Absolutely correct, Uday. So here, like how string class has implemented comparison of two strings, the date class has implemented the same interface comparable, but what is it going to compare? Naturally, two dates. So what is this syntax? We'll cover it later, not today naturally. So that is nothing but generics in Java. So here, now come to the description. What does this class represent? A specific instant in time with the precision of a millisecond. So today I'm showing you the legacy API, slightly older, but from Java 8, the modern Java gives you much better API. But if you check your contents, they are talking about date and all that. So I have to cover this first. So this is your constructor. You can read the rest of it. Let us scroll and look at the constructors. So this is the default argumentless constructor. Read that. I have written it in that summary. Allocates a data object and measured to the nearest millisecond. In short, nothing but a current date, system date it will give you. Okay. And can you see so many constructors are deprecated? Anyone knows the meaning of deprecation? What is deprecation? So you can see so many of the constructors deprecated. Tell me, what's the meaning of it? Deprecated means, yes, it is on the verge of, yes, absolutely, on the verge of extinction. In short, they will tell you that this JDK 11 version is still having it, it's still supporting it. You will get a scratch. I mean, when you use the deprecated API. But the point is, should you use ever as a good developer deprecated APIs? Answer is never. Because next version of Java may throw it immediately. So why you want to lose your backward compatibility and all that? So never use the deprecated API. So I'm not wasting time on deprecated APIs. The non-deprecated is this one. So first one is the default constructor, which will give you the system date. And the next one, which is not deprecated, is this one. So read this. It creates another date class instance. And what is it you are supplying here is the long number of milliseconds which are elapsed after epoch. So what is the epoch date? 1st of January 1970 with this GMT as the standard baseline. So instead of talking about it and all and feeling lost, feeling confused, let's give it a try. So I'm continuing in the same project, but I'll create a different package. So whenever you are revising, you will require at least 1 hour of revision definitely today, and then we'll start discussing the assignment. So first go through all these things and then come to date time handling. So let me create another package, dates, test dates, and I'll start with the testers. I'll just write some things and you'll just check. I'm already giving you the clue here. And when you say control space, which one are we going to use? Java.sql date or Java.util date? Answer is Java.util date. Okay. And if you notice, before I write I'll write the next line and I will show you. So here, when I say system.out.println current date, which method will get called implicitly? ToString. So now come to the Java docs and see, look for a method ToString. Tell me, has it overridden the ToString or is it inheriting? All answers are there in the Java docs. That is why I insist, start getting addicted to the Java docs. Just a small statement out of context. Okay, so just bear with me. Whenever you are facing, did I say this? I don't remember, frankly. I could be repeating myself. In your core Java lab exam, you will be definitely allowed to use the same ID what you are using, and you will have the access to Java docs. So I'm not making it, I'm not testing your memory or anything. I'm just checking the understanding. We'll be testing the understanding. So ID will be given. I mean, given means you have the ID already and you will have access to docs. But that is all you will have. And I feel that is sufficient. Coming back to the point, what will this toString method return? It will return the string of this type. So what is this? Day of the week. Then this is the month. Then this is the day. And this is your hours, minutes, seconds. This is your time zone. And this is your 4-digit year. So this is how your date class has overridden the toString. Check this. And in a minute, you'll check this. I'll just create a just take a look at this. And here, I'll do that as well. Okay. So, and the moment you see this, you'll understand the API is so easy. Is it powerful? Answer is no. So we will talk about powerful APIs over time. So look at this, and I hope everyone is clear. So this is obviously today's date, 9:53, current time and all that. And what is the time zone? Default time zone is IST. Everyone understands this. The first line of output is clear. And the next one, you remember which is the next constructor I had used? The construct overloaded constructor where I had supplied 0. So 0 from what? 0 from the epoch date. So what is the date here? 1st of January 1970. But why there is a offset here? You know, the offset between GMT and IST is we are ahead of GMT by 5.5 hours. So 5:30. So is everyone clear so far? What are the two things you should be clear with is the toString method and two different constructors. Completely clear? So here, I don't know what you are talking about. Yeah, deprecated answers you are saying. Right, right. So is this clear so far? Now I'll show you the next APIs. I did not get any answer. So I hope you are clear. Next one. Now there are certain methods equals, I'll show you from the API. Open that. And there are methods such as before and after. There's so many methods. Important ones only I'm covering. So you can use before, after, anything. So read this and I'll ask you to use it. You have read it. So I want you to call this before method in our code. So first question, was it a static method or non-static method? Answer, S or NS? It is a non-static method. So how will you call it? Will you call it as date dot before? You can't. So I have got references. So I will just make use of it. So I want to test whether current date is before the earlier date. I mean, it is weird, but just a API. So how will you use it? Current date dot, which is the method I want to call before, and the other date is earlier date. So obvious question. I don't think anyone requires my help. What is the answer? Is it going to be true or false? Is current date before earlier date? Obviously not. So you will get the answer as false. This is very good for comparing dates, checking whether a particular date is, before, after, and all that. So, of course, false. If you change, reverse it, and if you call the after method, it will be true. But I won't waste your time in such things. You can try it on your own. That was one. But the important one here is, okay, I'll show you equals first. So first, your eyes should be drawn by now to this part. Is it using the inherited version, or is it overriding it? It is overriding it. And now you should see how it is overriding. It is going by the content equality. So if the two dates are containing the same number of milliseconds, okay, so they are holding, because the precision is still milliseconds, then only the method returns true. That is for testing if two dates are same, two dates are equal. And then there is a famous method. The heart of sorting in Java is, there are two methods. One is compare, one is compare to. Currently, I'm showing you compare to. So just take this, please take a look at it. So this date being compared to another date. That's how it is. And do take a look at return values. Sorry. So what does this compare to method return? I hope you remember yesterday's discussion. A negative number, sorry, a negative, 0, or a positive number. If the current date is, if the invoker date is before the another date, what will it return? Negative number. Same, 0. If the invoker date is after the another date, it will return a positive number, +1 basically. So you can check that easily. So current date dot compare to earlier date. What is the output you are going to get? Three choices: 0, +1, or -1. Answer is +1. Current date is today's date, much later than earlier date. So unlike string class, it doesn't compute any difference at all. It just gives you three values: 0, +1, -1. So that is for your comparisons of the dates. Okay. So this is the basic API I have given you. Nothing more than, you can just check two constructors, before, after, to string. There are other methods, get time and all, you can definitely look into. But now I'm telling you the objective. Here is the objective. So solve that. The objective is, everyone remembers the vehicle class. We've just written the vehicle class. So add some date in that vehicle class. Okay. So add a manufacturing date. Manufacturing date in the vehicle class. Okay. So we do that. What will be the data type of that? What will be the this? So that will be java.util.date. And whenever you are adding a vehicle in your company warehouse or in your showroom or wherever, I mean dealer showroom, wherever. So I want to accept. So, for adding the vehicle, add the vehicle, or I'll rephrase it, accept all details of the vehicle, including the manufacturing date. Are you understanding? So that is what is the next thing we are solving. So check this. We are adding the manufacturing date type in the vehicle class, which is 1 minute thing. And whenever I accept all the details of the vehicle, it should be having including date. Okay. So this is the next objective. I'll just do this, and in 2 minutes we will stop. I'll show you the problem. Solution we'll discuss after the break. So where is my vehicle class? See what I'm doing. Check what I'm doing. I'm just copying because I don't want to write this all over again. So here I'm keeping it under this, and you start participating. So what is the, where I should make the changes? Vehicle has a registration number, has a color, has a price. Now in addition to that, what will we add here? Vehicle has a association, manufacturing date. What will be the data type of date? Just now we discussed date. Which one I should pick up? java.util or java.sql, pick up java.util till we enter databases. Manufacture detail. Everyone clear? Next, start making the changes. Very similar, you're going to get it as assignment, but a different scenario. You will be still using dates, enums, whatever you learned, but in a totally different scenario. Coming back. So answer this. What should I add? So I'll ask you specifically, change or no change? Start responding. Of course, change. I have to initialize the complete state. So here, I'll say date and manufacturer date here. And what will be the one additional thing? This dot manufacture date equal to manufacture date. Still clear? I hope nobody is having any confusion. And typically, when we say override the toString, we would like to return the string containing the complete state. In short, change or no change. Of course, there will be change. So I'll say produced on a particular date. And I'll say manufacturer date. So I hope you are still clear. So I have a question. When I say plus manufacturer date, which classes, which method will get called? When I say plus, anyone wants to answer? Which classes, which method will get called? You are concatenating. So what is it? Tell me. No response here. You did not understand my question, or is it a delay? I don't know sometimes. Yes. No, string concatenation, fine. No, I've got two questions. Which classes, which method? String classes concat is, okay, somebody said, Abhilash is right. To string. Guys, you are missing the point. Wait, I'll just get to the eclipse. Here, when I say plus, you are concatenating things to the earlier string. So how does the object to string conversion happens? So at this point, here which class is which method? Simple question. Dates, to string will be called. And what it consists of? You remember day of week, then something like a date and year and the month and all. So this is what is happening. Clear or last? Give me the fast answer. Are we clear? Okay. So this is what is currently thing. So I'm saying this is not a point. This is not a problem at all. Now, let me pick up earlier one because I don't want to waste time, already late. So here, we don't want to override. Okay, just a second. I'll create another class, something like accept details. Anyway, test2, I'll make it easy. And here, I definitely don't want to write the whole thing. So I'll take at least this much. Anyway, forget it. Takes a minute. I don't want to leave you confused. Now this part you get used to. Try with resources. Opening the scanner. Sorry. This is a wrong import. Get rid of it. New scanner. Okay. And here I'm asking the user to enter vehicle details. Just one. And as a good programmer, earlier I had not done that. So what is it we are taking from user is the registration number, a color, and price. And what else you will be taking is the date, manufacturing date. When is the date? When was this vehicle created, manufactured? Everyone clear? So now the next slide is, you know this, vehicle V1 equal to new vehicle, and start first three parts. I don't think anyone is confused, should not be confused. I mean, it's a registration plate, SC dot. Next, I think you know the problem I'm talking about. Next is the color. So SC dot next. Next is this. Next. So now here I have a problem. So what is the problem? What is the last argument type? What is the type of the last argument, method argument, constructor argument? Quickly. It is date. Everyone understands it? So, is there any method in the scanner class to take the string form of the date and parse it into java.util.date? Answer is not possible. Answer is not there. I'll repeat my question again. My question and the answer. Does scanner class, so-called text-based parser, does it have any parsing functionality? Does it have any parsing method such as next date or whatever to parse string into a date? Answer is no. So no ready-made parsing functionality exists in scanner. Okay, so I'm saying fine. Scanner doesn't have it. So last question before the break. Take a look at your date class and tell me, is there any constructor? Is there any constructor which could have done this, which could have worked? So just open the Java docs and can you see the last constructor? It is deprecated. So this was the one which could take the string form of the date and convert it into date class instance. But unfortunately, it is deprecated. And as I'm saying it strongly, extremely strongly, if you use the deprecated API, you don't get a error, but you get warnings. So you should never use it. But the good news is everywhere Java will tell you that this API is gone. Gone means about to be obsolete, but there is a corresponding solution. And that corresponding solution is nothing but a new class, new API class, java.text.date format. And then there is a subclass called a simple date format, which will give you convenient methods, simple methods, easy methods for parsing. So what is the meaning of parsing? I'll ask you. Is it a string to date conversion, S to D, or is it date to string? Give me the answer. S to D or date to string, D to S. A parsing is always string to another type. So it is string to date conversion. And it doesn't stop here. Your date format class also gives you the reverse conversion from the date to the formatted string. And that is nothing but called as format method. So we will be discussing date format, its subclass simple date format, and the parsing functionality and the formatting functionality after the break. So does anyone want me to? Okay, I'm not asking you, I'm just sharing the code. In case somebody's super confused or, you get time, you can take a look at it. So I'll just make a zip out of it and send you. In case you have time, look at it. Otherwise, we will continue. So I'm sharing it with all of you. Very slow. Okay, so tell me whenever you get it. So in case you want to look at it immediately means during the break, definitely take it. Otherwise, we'll continue after the break. See you around.
The mics are
we were dis we were discussing the date time related APIs, and we had stopped at a particular point. So I'll just recap till everyone joins us. I can see only less participants. So we want to add, or rather we have added manufacturing date field state in the vehicle class. And now we want to accept from user all the details of the vehicle. So I shared with code also in case you got time, or otherwise I'll get it device here. So what is the small change we did is this is all has a relationship. Vehicle has a manufacturing date, and as always, I mean as goes with the other fields, what we are doing is we are accepting all the details from user and storing it in our object. So toString equals already discussed, and here we had paused at this. So I'm asking user to enter all the details, but when we come to accepting the date, mute yourself, please.
वायफाय कसं आहे माहिती आहे का म्हणजे स्पीड नाहीये
Shreyas, you are on unmute.
विचारलेलं अरे म्हणजे
Mute
आपलं
yourself.
हे दररोजचं बघ ना
So the point I'm saying is there is no method. We already said this. There is no ready-made parsing functionality.
त्याला विचारलेलं मी सहज मित्राला एका विचारलं ते म्हणले एअरटेल.
So here there is no ready-made parsing functionality to accept. To parse it. Parse means convert from string to date. So you are going to learn a new API. So here, like I said, it is already mentioned. It is already given by Java docs, which is the API. So please open the API docs with me, and we will talk about it. Or if you want, you can keep on referring to Java docs. I will tell you in a simple format. So summary manner. So what is it I'm discussing? I'm discussing two things here. Focus. So one is parsing. So what is parsing? String to date conversion, and the other one is formatting, which is date to string conversion. So where is this all functionality? The functionality exists in the class, a super class. The functionality exists in java.text.date format class. Okay, both the methods I'm going to show you in a minute. But this date format class is a abstract superclass. So tell me in a minute, can you create the instance of this abstract superclass? Can abstract classes be instantiated? Of course not. So there is a subclass. What is the subclass of it? Java.text.simple date format, which extends from the date format. Okay. So now note in the sense, understand the steps. So what is the first step? Use the constructor of simple date format, and that takes a pattern. Okay, so there are overloaded constructors. I'm giving you the useful one or the most used one. So which is the pattern? The pattern is containing predefined character based pattern. What I mean by that is there are predefined letters, predefined characters. Y for year. Now understand me correctly. I'm talking about uppercase M. It is case sensitive. So typical beginner mistake is you forget this. You say lowercase m and that corresponds to minute, and then you wonder why my dates are not working correctly. So uppercase M is for month. If you give 2 months, I'm going to show you with examples. So just give me 2 minutes. So here, if you give 2 M's, 2 uppercase M, it indicates you are accepting a month in a digit starting from 1 to 12. If you give 3, if you accept 3 months, 3 M's rather, what is it you are accepting? You are accepting month in an abbreviation. Jan, Feb, MAR, APR, May, etc. And if you want to accept from user the complete month name, the pattern, the characters can be anything above 3. So 4, 5 if you give, it accepts it as a complete month name. And lowercase d for D. In addition to storing date, if you want to store time also, what are the pattern characters? Simple enough. H for hour, lowercase m for minute, and S for second. So there are 2 examples I'm showing you. If you want to maintain sometime in your projects and all that, both date and a time, it's called as a timestamp. So if you want to do that, you can design, you can create your own simple date format and see the way. So what is the pattern I'm using, which will take the 2 digits date, the month in digit 1 to 12 and 4 digit year. If we go by our HTML5 conformant date, it is year, month and day. You can change that. So understand me, these separators are your specified. I can change this by slashes, dash, any separator, but the characters are predefined. And suppose after that I want to have a comma, I mean user is going to give me, and I'm accepting the time, it happens this way. So what is it I'm accepting from user is complete date timestamp containing date as well as time. And if you say no, I'm just interested in a what? In a date, then in that case, you can have, again, I'm saying the slashes, dashes, the separators is your defined, but the predefined characters are here. So what are the steps we are talking about? Just one step I have talked about. Create the instance of simple date format. Okay, so now there is a, okay, first I will, I'm just thinking what to ask you. I'll ask you the question first. So listen to the question. Suppose in my showroom or in my warehouse, company warehouse, I want to store the details of 100 vehicles. You know, 100 is just a number. So can you tell me how many instances of simple date format, which is nothing but a parser converter, how many instances you'll require? You have two choices. Will you require one copy or will you require 100 copies? Answer that, please. Everyone is clear that you will require only a single copy to be shared across multiple vehicle objects. I hope you know why. Next question. So what are you going to mark it as? Static or non-static? Of course, static. This is how you understand. And which is the best place to initialize the static data members? Is it a constructor or is it a SIB, as in static initializer block? Of course, static initializer block. You know, earlier concept plus today's things. Coming back. So we will do all of that properly. Next is, so this is line 1. Line 1 means step 1. You create a simple date formatter and then it is so easy. You just use the inherited API. Inherited from whom? Which is the super class of simple date format class. So there is a method for parsing from string to date and the name of the method itself is parse. So tell me, what goes in? When I say what goes in, what I mean is what is the input? A string form of a date, and what comes out, what it converts it into is the java.util.date class instance. But if you give the invalid separator, invalid unparsable date, JVM is going to throw you parse exception. So such things, you know, best checked via Java docs. So here, simply search for, I hope you are sitting with Java docs. You have a super class called as date format. See, they have given you already. So, okay, it's not linkable, clickable, I mean. So just, oh, sorry, what is it I'm doing? I wanted to search here. I wanted to search date format dot parse. So there are multiple parse methods. Choose the one with a single, multiple means overloaded. Choose the one with a single string. If you can't, I hope you can, but you can look up here. So this is all taken from the Java docs as it is. Now see this, it tells you if the beginning of the specified string cannot be parsed, as in the patterns, the date string, if it cannot be parsed, it will throw you the exception. Answer my next question. Is it a checked exception or is it an unchecked exception? C or U? Everyone can see. There's no runtime exception class, so it is nothing but a checked exception. And what is the famous statement? Compiler forces the handling of the checked exception. Which are the two ways of satisfying compiler? Tell me. Which are the two ways? One is either do the immediate handling, that is try catch, or if you don't want to handle, you can delegate it to the caller using throws. All that was a revision part. So everyone understands it. So parse is the method. And if you search, there is another opposite method called as format. You just look for format and not set number format. This is a format method. Okay, so multiple format methods overloaded exist. Today go for a simple variety. So anyone, oh, sorry, this one, yeah. So here, what goes in and what comes out? It is the date class instance. It's not an instance, it's a reference, of course. So date object reference goes in and formats it into date time string. As per which pattern, whatever is the pattern you have supplied in that simple date format. Okay, so I'm talking about 3 steps. Quickly recap with me. Till Java 8, we had only this. Of course, we have calendar, Gregorian calendar, but that I'll discuss some other time. So first step is create simple date format instance. You just require typically 1 copy. So you can mark it as static, which can be initialized via static initializer block. And wherever you need the conversion, you can convert from string to date parsing using which method? Parse. And how do you convert? How do you do the reverse conversion? Format. So I hope everyone is clear. Let us apply. Just talking about it never helps anyone. So let me take you to vehicle. I am adding here itself the converter or the parser. So in short, I'm adding here a simple date format, and I hope everyone agrees with me. A single copy is sufficient. One single copy is sufficient. And for a reason, I'm making it public. You'll understand it little later. Public static. What is it I want? Simple date format. And you can give a variable name as this. Everyone is clear? So what is the current value of SDF? Anyone? It's null. Okay, because it is by default initialized to all static members, all non-static members initialized to default. So now you can add a static initializer block, and I've recently seen people making the mistake. So I'll write something and you tell me correct or not. I'll just choose some pattern. And I'm not accepting the time yet. So tell me, is it correct or wrong, right or wrong? It is absolutely wrong. Okay, so what will happen here is you won't get any compile time error and all. But here, what will be the value of SDF? Still null. Because what you are creating is a local variable and that you are initializing. So don't make such, simple mistakes, silly mistakes and all that. It can kill you. It can kill you means it will waste so much of your lab time unnecessarily. So don't do this. So this gets called the moment you are accessing any static APIs or you are creating the first instance. So before first instance is created, static initializer block is visited. Now, I'm not doing this. I'm keeping it as it is. Parsing will do outside. And here, answer the next question. When I say plus manufacture date, what is it is calling? I answered that earlier. It was calling rather date classes toString. But that will be, containing date information fine. But the time information, which will be all 000 because I'm not initializing time zone and all that. So is there any way I can return the formatted version? I'll repeat the statement. I don't want the date classes toString. I want the string corresponding to the formatted date. Of course, answer is yes. Just now you saw. Which is the method you learned? SDF dot format. What goes in is the manufacturing date, and what comes out is nothing but the formatted string. So date classes toString is no longer correct. You are going to say formatted date. It is date time string, but today I don't have a time, so I'm just saying I've not added any time details, hours, minutes, second. So formatted date string. Are we completely clear so far? Tell me yes or no. Completely clear? Great. Now here, when I say test2, what is it I want here? What is it you want to do here? Answer this. I don't have SC, scanner.nextDate, or this I don't have. But now what I can use? Which is the method I want to use now here? Is it parse or is it format? Of course, parse. But see, your assignment is going to be little deeper. Deeper in the sense, little more detailed. So I'm preparing you for today's assignment. So instead of just your calling sdf.parse, let us write another class, separate class, validation utils, validation rules. So that will not only contain validation rules, but it will also contain conversion. So see, now we are on 8th day in Java. So of course, complexity, the advanced nature is going to increase slowly, of course. I'm not like making step 1 to step 10 jump. So here, where are we? I should have put it in a new packet, new project. I'll refactor it, don't worry. So here, let me do it right away. Don't get confused. I'm seeing now the increasing complexity of the code. So I don't want to mess up that day 8.1. Let me quickly create a day 8.2. So whenever you revise, it will be all clean and clear. So just give me a minute. I should have done it earlier. And here, test dates and all is fine. So now let me close this and let us continue here. So whatever I don't require, I'll remove it. And test date also. I'm just refactoring things. So give me a minute. And I don't want to call it as test dates. Let me call it as com app vehicles or something. This is just a refactoring. There is nothing to get confused about. Com.app core. This is all core classes. I'm keeping it here. We will be soon bringing in custom exception, everything what you have learned so far, and something new. Test equals, I don't want this. So, let me keep it easy and clear. Whatever code I require, I'll copy. So now, com app core, and only thing I will add here is a tester, package tester. And since I don't want to waste my time writing the whole thing, I think this was it. Yeah. Yes. I got something else. My cursor is sometimes a problem. Mouse is a problem, I mean. Okay. So, of course, it's a different package name. I said Control Shift O, and there is going to be a problem. So we will fix those problems. Don't worry. So focus. Don't feel lost about what she did in last minute. I just got the separate package done because I could see the code increasing. So this is the same. And now, instead of directly writing a tester, let us write a validation rules class and let it have certain conversions to convert from string form to the date. Later, if I get time today or tomorrow means Monday, I will also add some validation rules. So here we are creating a class. I'm calling it as always as a utils package. So actual name should be validation conversion, but that much you can understand. So let me call it as validation rules, validation utils. It's a utility class. And I will write something in comment. Be ready to translate it into Java. Add static method. Today only for parsing, later for validating. Add a static method to parse, that is to convert what to what, string to date. Okay, I'm just giving you practice of writing more and more APIs. So start it for me. I'll start it. Okay, don't start. So this important part I'll ask you. Anyone wants to tell me? Now you start participating. What should be the return type of the method? Very easy question. Of course, it has to convert it into date. So which date are we talking about? Java.util. Today, I'm calling it as validate date. Don't go by the name. Today it is only the converge date. Or okay, later I can refactor. Or parse date, convert date, something. Otherwise, you will be saying which validation you are doing. And this is your string form of date. Everyone is clear so far? Now, just tell me which is the method we want to use. Simple date formats parse method. So I'm giving you two options. Should I create here a simple date format instance or should we use the existing one? New NE existing. Existing one. Where is that existing one, guys? It is existing in vehicle class. And now you'll realize why I made it public. Are you getting it? Otherwise, how I can access it across the packages? I cannot. So now you know all these things. I'm repeating these things till you say we are bored. So can I directly import? Sorry, can I directly access the static members of a class? Answer is yes. What is the syntax? Import static. Tell me the what follows next. I'm going super slow here, so better catch up. So here, fully qualified name, which is what? com.com.app.core, which is the class I want, vehicle. Just say control space and that static member will appear. Are you getting what I'm saying? Like we have already got one copy here. Why waste time in creating? And all it will be a one-liner. Today, no validation. Today means at least now no validation. SDF dot parse. In goes the string form of the date and out comes this. Now the same old questions. This is a revision of exception handling. Tell me why there is a compiler error here. Quick answer. Unhandled checked exception. Just take the cursor there and it will tell you unhandled exception. It doesn't say checked exception, but we know it is checked exception, parse exception. So I'm going to write so many validation rules. I don't want to handle it here. So which is the keyword I should use? Everyone knows the answer. Throws. You can say throws exception that will satisfy the compiler. But any user means any developer who is using this method won't know which exception it is throwing. It may throw, so don't do this. Use the actual name. What is it? Sorry, I got it from wrong path. I mean, I imported it from wrong package. So which is the package we are going to import it from? Java.txt. You have to be smart. You have to be cautious. When you say control space, it picked up from elsewhere. Is everyone clear? You will say why you are writing a method just for one liner. I'll say wait. This is just doing conversion. Soon I'm going to add the validation rule that the manufacturing of date of the vehicle should not be before 5 years or something. I mean, I can think of something, you know. So that is what it will grow into. So I hope you are all clear. Now answer the next thing. So before I say any further things, guys, whenever you are revising today, open my tester and from that start looking at different cases, different classes. So let me get rid of it. Enter the details of the vehicle. And what is the sequence? Vehicle has a registration number. Then we had a color. Then we have a price. And then we have a date. User, end user, client, customer, not customer, end user who is entering this data doesn't know which format you want. So you supply. I'm accepting it as a day, month, and year. You know that we have done it now. So I'll write as usual, the left hand side, vehicle V1 equal to new vehicle. Yeah, so this part was done already. Somehow I lost that code somewhere. I'd written it sc.next. This is your price. Keep the last answer ready by the time I reach there. Next double. Anyone wants to tell me what will be this replaced by? Answer. I'm looking at your answer. Is nobody answering or is the Zoom responding slow? Nobody's answering, looks like. Okay, tell me. Yeah, so that method, absolutely correct. But now, if I write, which is the method I had written? Convert date, correct? It's a static method. So here, if I try convert date, like one of you said, sc.next goes in, you have a problem. If you take the cursor here, it will say which convert date. It is undefined. So what is missing? Either, and there are two options. Either, yes, somebody said, validation utils dot convert date will also work. And being a lazy programmer, I can always do import static. And what is now import static? Whose fully qualified name? the validation utils ka fully the qualified name, because you are picking up the API from there. So it is utils. Just keep on hitting the control space, and here once again. So that becomes available, and still there is a problem. So anyone wants to tell me? This is a full revision of exception handling, by the way. So after adding this, still yes. So how will you answer formally? You have delegated the exception handling from this convert date to the tester. So there are two options as said already. Here you can add it as a throws and parse exception. But if if user gives me wrong date, the code will abort. So better option is, can I end the try with resources block with a catch? Of course, yes. So that is your catch all. And since we are debugging, we are not sure whether it is going to work at all. Always add print stack trace. See, I always like to revise and build on earlier. We should do that always. Coming back to the point, if the control reaches the next line, are all the details validated and fine? Answer is yes. So then I will display the vehicle details using the overriding form of the method. Which method? ToString. So simple code, and this is all we are doing. See, one small topic at a point, and then you will integrate all the things which you learned today, and you will give me the assignment solution. That is how it works. So let me say some registration number, some color, some price, and now I'll make the mistake. So here, so suppose I say 1/2/2010. What is going to happen? Is it going to return is it going to give you the output or the parse exception? Quickly. Error. Is it error or output? Of course, exception. It is throwing you out by saying parse exception, unparsable date. And this cannot be parsed because our delimiter was dashes, hyphen. And see the stack trace. First, it was generated in date format. Then it trickled down. It came down to validation utils. You can click on that. That is where it hit you. And finally, it was captured at this particular line. And then, of course, it went to catch. So coming back to the point, I hope you are clear why there was a parse exception. Okay. So let me give the correct details and see whether it works at all.
मैंने कल बोली थी नूडल का, मेरा भी मन नहीं है।
Okay. So is it a correct pattern? Mute yourself. One of you is unmuted. Iram, please mute yourself. So here, is it correct? Is it working? So you can see that produced on, and which is the date time pattern it is using? The same which we have given in the simple date format. So this works happily. So are we clear on your simple date format, parsing and formatting? Is everyone clear? And how you use that static initializer block and the whole works basically. So now let me do something and ask you, what is a day? So suppose I say 40, month, and okay. So the month and year. After I press enter, what do you expect to see? Output or the exception? So here, ordinary user expects an exception because everyone knows days cannot be 40, months cannot be 13 and all that. But now the weirdness. No, there's nothing validate. That is about the simple date format API, Akash. You're missing the point. This is all wrong. You are not supposed, you should not be required to validate. That should be done by the date formatting APIs, but unfortunately it doesn't. So just check. The date simply rolls over. See this. So I had given some date in 2010. So here 40. So it went to the next month. 13. It went to the next year, and that is how it adjusted the date. Isn't it absolutely confusing to the layman or the end user? I hope everyone agrees with me. This is totally ridiculous. Ridiculous in the sense user might have just, mistyped it. User never wanted to add this date. And we were expecting, I mean, normally you should expect an exception. So that is where Java was suffering till JDK 1.7 because we had to suffer from such things. So JDK 1.8, modern Java, has brought in, I mean, there are a lot of classes it has brought in, but the three important ones are local date, local time, and local date time. So some other day, I will explain you that. And I would suggest keep using the modern API rather than this. Then you'll say why you wasted our time. It is a part of the contents. So I cannot really skip anything which is in the syllabus because if you get a question on that, you should know. So this is only a in-between solution via, temporary solution. Solution in a sense temporary API. We will definitely upgrade to Java 8 soon. But did you notice the problem? This is the problem you have. So other than that, things work as expected. So this is what I wanted to cover as the small introduction to your date time handling in Java. Definitely read over the weekend, today, whenever you get time, before Monday. When I say whenever you get time, before Monday, do go through all this, read me's, and you will be like settled. There is another class called as Gregorian calendar, which I'm not taking because I want to show you directly the Java 8 API. So there you can have a better constructor where you can supply year, month and day, even hours, minutes and seconds. And there are a lot of methods also. So in case you want to look at calendar class, there's a super class of Gregorian calendar. It is mentioned here. So this was I wanted to cover relating to immediate date time handling. And whatever assignment I'm going to discuss today will be based on it. I mean, one of it will be date time handling. Not time actually, but date handling. So this was one of the things. Static import you already know. Now, let me cover another simple topic in Java. Today you are going to find me little, jumping from one topic to another because I'm trying to cover all the prerequisites of collection framework. So variable arguments, you are going to see that Varag syntax. So many collection framework APIs using it. So if you don't know the syntax, this is not your spread operator, by the way. So it is a variable argument syntax. So you should know that. That is what we are covering. So let's look at it. So what is it called? The syntax is triple dots, which is called as ellipsis. It is called as variable argument syntax. The rule is whenever you apply a Varag syntax, it should be applied or it can be applied only to the last argument in a list of method arguments. Just allow me to explain, and then if there are remaining questions, I can definitely take it. Will you be able to apply? Can you apply this Varag syntax to a primitive type? Yes. Is it applicable to the reference type? Yes, again. So it works in the same manner. Now start solving. Let us learn by example. So suppose you have added this particular method in one class, maybe class test. So what does it mean? Can you all see? This is your Varag syntax. This Varag syntax has to come with the data type. In short, what will happen if you add it after X, the variable name? It will fail. Syntactical error, bad syntax. Coming back. So what it means is this method you should be passing either you can pass 0 number of arguments, no arguments at all, or you can pass multiple. You can pass n number of integers. So I'm telling you what all are the legal ways. So start with this. If I create a object reference of this class and I call it ref.dostuff, tell me compiler error or no error. I'm not passing any arguments. It is all about compiler. Tell me error or no error. Of course, no error. Just now I said, what are the valid range of this? It is 0 to n. Okay, any number of arguments. So this works. Now, wherever you have a variable argument syntax can be replaced by array, and wherever there is an array can be replaced by Varags. I think if I'm not wrong, somebody had asked me long back, just on the first day or something, by this. So now I can take his question, his or her, I don't remember. Here, everyone knows what is the string array arguments representing? Command line arguments. So will I be able to replace it by variable arguments? 100% yes. Both are exchangeable. So what it means is the JVM can pass to this method either a single command line argument, so that is also possible, no command line argument, or multiple. Okay, so that is the meaning of varargs. Continue further. So because people ask you, given a piece of code, what will happen? So I'm just preparing. So next is, here I have created the integer array, and if I pass to the same method, which method? Varargs based method, this compiler error or no error. Quickly, just now I said, of course, no error. So because arrays and varargs are exchangeable. But I'm saying you don't even require to pass the array. I can simply pass comma separated list of integers, and that is the real use of variable arguments. So will this also work? 100% this will also work. So I'm just recapping. Either you can pass 0 arguments, or you can pass array of those argument type, or you can simply pass what? The variable number of arguments in a comma separated manner. So there is a printf method. Okay, I can't take that because I have not yet handled the auto boxing. After we do the wrappers, I can take this example. So currently skip that. Now, there is a comment also. So you read it with the comment. You just read the highlighted one, please. Okay. So when I say do stuff to, what is it which has to be passed to this method? Can I skip passing the character? Of course not. There's nothing variability on this. So you have to pass one character, only one exactly. And then you can either pass no arguments, array of integers, or comma separated list of integers. All of above are valid. So this is a simple point which can finish in 5 minutes. Next use case, next usage. Can I apply variable argument vararg syntax to the reference type? 100% yes. It behaves in the same manner. So imagine that animal is a superclass and cat, dog, and horse is an animal. So those are the subclasses. Okay. So now when you supply this, what all I can pass? You know the whole answer. Either I can pass no arguments, or I'll be able to pass the array of animal type of references, array of references so well, or I can have the comma separated list of arguments also. You got this, I guess. And then imagine that you had a method called as get name. So then I can iterate over this vararg syntax and I can print the names of the animals. So keep this code as a reference code, and now you start. I had written it in a test class. This can be, by the way, static method, non-static, it does not matter. Currently, I've written it as a non-static method. So I'm creating the object of it. Left-hand side is the reference, RHS is the object. Same things I'm saying. So tell me, I've already given the answer here. Why there is no compiler error? Variable arguments means you don't have to pass the argument. What is it we are doing here, guys? There are 4 objects created in the heap. 3 are obvious, cat, dog, and horse. Which is the 4th one? The holder, the array, which is holding all these references. So 3 plus 1. Now, if I pass this, why there is no compiler error? Varargs and arrays, interchangeable. And now, suppose I create separately, this is upcasting, animal type of reference pointing to horse, cat, dog. And if I specify this, compiler error or no error, tell me. Of course, no error. Comma separate list of arguments, very much possible, very much allowed. But what can give you Java compiler error? Some of the examples. So what is wrong about this syntax? It is you cannot add the varchar syntax after the variable name. It has to come after the data type. You remember in arrays, if I had written it as array, I can say string array args or I can say string args array. That is possible, but not possible with varchars. Next one. What is wrong with this signature? I have written already too many variable arguments. That is, you can have only the last argument can be variable. I mean, variability it supports. And here the same answer. The first argument cannot, any earlier arguments cannot supply it. The last argument must be varchars. So that is the only part. Don't spend more than 10 minutes on this. But we will spend more 10 minutes or I mean some time when I discuss, interesting code examples, ready-made code samples to prepare you for exams, which includes varchars, which includes what else? Auto-boxing and widening, narrowing and overloaded methods. So I'll give you some ready-made code samples after we cover all these topics, and then we can discuss it in one of the labs. So coming back to point, let us just quickly let me write some example and we'll proceed. So I don't want to spoil this 8.2. Let it have the separate details. I will continue in D8.1 and write something, test varchars or something. So I'm creating package. You just have to tell me like what will happen. Private static test me, sorry, return test me, and let's say any type. So here say string array, and all I'm doing is whatever are the strings I'm displaying, and since I'm not touching, I don't want to modify anything. I'm just saying this for each string s in strings, just to cover earlier things also, uppercase. So just a smallest example, typical example. So here tell me, we are using varchar syntax for the primitive type or the reference type, P or R. This is an example of reference type. You can always change it to primitive type. So now let us start using it. As you can see, I have made it as static so that I don't have to create the instance. Otherwise, I have to say test1 ref equal to new test1 and all that. That's the only thing. So if I say test me, everyone understands why there is no compiler error, 0 arguments, absolutely fine. What is the another usage? You can pass the array of strings and still it will work. So here, test me. Somebody was asking me regarding this, so I'll write it in 2 lines. Ideally, I can write it in one line also. Something string array equal to, and let's see here some things. 1, nothing great about it. Okay. So how many objects are created on the heap and when? Okay, let me not this. Okay, how many? I think you have already answering. So let me go that 4. Fine. But when will these objects be created? This is an array dynamically memory allocated. So even though you are looking at the literal strings, when the array object creation happens fully dynamically at the runtime. So at runtime, so string literal pool and all will be all empty. And then at the runtime, when the code executes, main thread executes this, then some literal string objects will be created and that will be put in the array. Okay, so right now let's not unfocus, focus on this. And you know what I'm going to do. So if I say string array, will it still work? 100% yes, because I can pass any array in place of a varchars. And what is the second, sorry, the third one? I don't have to go to this complexity. I can simply, type out the names. So let us say 4 and 5, something. So all these are the examples of correct usage or valid usage of variable arguments. And I think everyone knows the answer. For this, no output, only it will print strings. Then it will print, is it going to print the uppercase output you are going to see or the lowercase one, U or L? The output will be what? Of course, uppercase, because when you say s dot u to uppercase, it is returning you a new string object with the uppercase contents, and that is what you are printing. So I think people are here, and this will also work in the discussed manner. So check this. Initially, no output because we are not out this we are not passed anything. This is your via array, and this is via your comma separated list of values. So spend only 10 minutes of your time, 10 maximum 10 to 15 minutes on a varas. But like I said, we are going to come back to this topic while solving some interesting code samples. But in the first part, are we, is everyone clear on variable arguments? It's a easy and a small topic. Okay, so let me look up the next sequence. So this is also another easy topic for you, wrappers, as in wrapper classes. So you have looked at wrapper classes right from the first day, like when we said integer dot parseInt, double dot parse double, float dot parse float. But I never discussed the hierarchy. I never discussed the interesting parts of the wrappers. So let's do that. So when I say wrappers, what I mean is wrapper classes in Java. So this is all assorted topics, which we will put it together as a prerequisite of your data structures in Java collection framework. So here we are. And you will see there is a separate folder for wrappers. Let me open the individual readme, and you just solve the code sample, and wherever you need help, just refer to the readme. That way it should be. So before I say why wrappers, read this first. So answer this. Everyone knows primitive types. You have the non-numeric, that is Boolean. Then you have a char. Then you have byte, short, int, long, float, and double. So I'm saying each of every primitive type has the class representation to hold the primitive value. So wrapper simply wraps that primitive value. So the name wrapper classes. So class equivalent of primitives. So you will see all 8 wrapper classes corresponding to individual primitive type. But any new topic starts with why. So this is the reason. Soon means Monday, hopefully on Monday. But I have some prerequisites to clear. Sometime Monday or worst case Tuesday, we are going to enter your growable data structures in Java. That is collection framework. I am going to deal with collection framework and the actual, I will show you as much as internal, the time permits and all, but you have a separate course, separate module, data structure algorithms. So that is where you will be creating your own data structures, customized data structures. I'll be showing you the ready-made ones and show you the internals. And the DSA, data structure algorithm course, will show you the creating your custom stack or linked list or queues or whatever. So coming back to the point, here is the statement. In order to add, okay, let me say it properly. Whenever we enter the collections, you know, what type of collections? There will be lists, there will be sets, there will be maps. So if you want to add the data to the collection is always collection of references. Okay, so collection of references means you can't directly put a primitive type. So here, this will be, we will have to convert the primitive type to the wrapper type. reference type, and that reference type, and that will be done by the wrapper classes. So growable data structure, for example, linked list, array list, vector, whatever, you will need this. And the another one is wrapper classes do contain some parsing API. You've seen parse in, parse float, parse double. And also there will be some character. I mean, if you open the character as a class, is it a capital letter? Is it a digit? Is it a white space? Is it a special character? So a lot of API exists. So there are still given, I mean, Java still supports wrapper classes. So now, before we go any further, we have to understand what is the hierarchy. What is the hierarchy of the wrapper classes? So take a look at it. Here, look at this. When we talk about wrapper class hierarchy, you should start understanding the hierarchy so that all the interesting questions you can answer easily. So is object a wrapper class? Absolutely not. But I had to show some reference point, so I had to draw object here. So take a look at it. Very, very easy to follow. The lowercase boolean is a primitive type. Uppercase boolean is a wrapper class. You know, all class names in Java start with uppercase. For char, the wrapper is character. And as you can see here, for all your numeric wrappers, numeric primitive types, byte to double, correspondingly, you have starting with uppercase wrapper classes. But just remember one thing, in between these, there is a number class, which is the abstract superclass for all numeric wrapper classes. So I hope it is a pretty easy hierarchy to remember, inheritance hierarchy, Boolean, character, and all these wrappers extending your abstract superclass. So now let us talk about 4 terms. Which are the 4 terms? Because that is all is there in the wrapper topic. One term is boxing, unboxing, auto boxing, and auto unboxing. Okay, so start with the first one. Boxing means what? Putting the data in a box or wrapping it in a holder. So keep it simple. Conversion from primitive type to the wrapper type. What is it doing? Primitive to wrapper means Boolean to Boolean, char to character, int to integer is nothing but called as boxing. Earlier versions of Java were doing it with a constructor. Now it is deprecated. So you have value of methods. Let me come to the code and I will write. So what is the first conversion? Boxing, primitive to wrapper, performed via earlier wrapper, I mean constructors, but now value of methods. Next one. The next term is unboxing, opposite conversion. So what is it we are converting? Are we converting char to character or character to char? Opposite, character to char. You are removing the box and getting the primitive value. So that is unboxing. So wrapper to primitive types. So that's your unboxing conversion. And for doing this, Java API has given you a lot of methods. There is a int value, byte value, short value, etc. And you can extract it. So is everyone clear so far? Boxing is from what to what? Primitive to wrapper. Unboxing is wrapper to primitive. So till JDK 1.4, we had to explicitly do these conversions. But from JDK 1.5 onwards, they have introduced 2 more automatic conversions. So don't get mixed up. You already know compiler performed implicit conversions. Which ones? You know about widening, narrowing for primitives. You know upcasting. You know downcasting. Today I'm showing you auto boxing, auto unboxing. So what is auto boxing? Conversion is the same, but automatic conversion from primitive to wrapper. Who is going to do it for us? Of course, the compiler. And if at all it is required, compiler will automatically box, convert primitive to a reference type, primitive to wrapper. And which is the last opposite conversion? Auto unboxing. So that is your automatic conversion from wrapper type to primitive type. So from JDK 1.5, we are sitting in JDK 11. So from the JDK 1.5 onwards, you don't require these explicit conversions. Compiler can do it for you. So this is all is the concept regarding wrappers. But you people ask you a lot of interesting examples. So I'm just taking a couple of them, and then we'll go ahead with the something next. So since it is all assorted, I'm keeping it under D8.1. The larger example which we are going to build over time will be separate. So let me create another package here. Please make use of your weekend properly and go through all this. So whenever I start talking about collection framework and data structure, growable dynamic data structures in Java, you won't be like lost when I suddenly do the auto boxing or auto unboxing. Anyway, so here is the thing. Let's have test one. Do refer to it, and we will definitely revise whatever you don't understand in the labs. So let me do some things and show you, or ask you rather. Okay. Are you seeing the effect of using deprecated API? So this is how the deprecated API looks like. The constructor is deprecated since version 9. Are you getting it? So you are never ever supposed to. It is not giving you the error. It is just giving you a warning. And you can remove that warning by saying suppress warnings and all that. Don't do that. Should never use the deprecated API. They have given you the alternatives. So I'll use the alternative. Which is the alternative we talked about? Which is the alternative to this? Which is the alternative we are talking about? Just now I said something. Value of. So please open the Java docs and look for your java.lag.integer class and search for your static method value of. And it's one of the easy ones. Okay, this is the other one. I didn't want this. I wanted the string version. Oh, sorry. I can take this also. Not an issue. There's a string version also, but this is good enough. So here, what is the input? Sorry. The input is nothing but the primitive type. And what is it returning is the integer type. So let me use this. You can, of course, use your static import, but currently I'm not using. So answer the question. In this case, oh, this is also deprecated. I'm surprised. This shouldn't be, oh, sorry. Yeah, this is not supposed to be deprecated. Okay, coming back. What type of a conversion are we having here? You have 4 options: boxing, unboxing, auto boxing, or auto unboxing. Pick up the option quickly. Which is the conversion? Is your compiler doing the conversion or programmer? We are doing it explicitly. So this is nothing but boxing type, boxing example into integer. Okay. I'm just showing you all the 4 example in case anyone asks you specifically in exam. Similarly, if I say int data, now I want to extract, I want to convert from primitive type of, wrapper reference to primitive. So there are so many methods. One of the method is int value, and that will extract the primitive value and assign it to this. Okay. So which conversion it is? What is the name how will you label it? It is nothing but unboxing, explicitly done by the programmer. All of you are clear. Unboxing from explicitly done from this, and it is a reverse conversion, integer to int. Nothing fancy, nothing great. But since we are sitting much later than your JDK 1.5, if I say I1 equal to, after adding the semicolon, compiler error or no error, quickly. Answer is no compiler error. So which is the implicit? Now I'm talking about implicit. These were the explicit ones. Which is the implicit conversion? Auto boxing. So here, who is making the conversion? Everyone knows it. So Java compiler is implicitly converting from int to integer, right? So this is what happens implicitly. And Why it is required? Because on the LHS there is a wrapper type of reference. RHS is the int. Int and integer are different. You know that. So one is wrapper, one is primitive. So this is done automatically. So this is what is the example of auto boxing. So if you see the memory diagram, integer type of object will be created, and now I1 will start referring to that. So this original integer object which was created will be marked for garbage collection. So all those statements are the same. Now I'll write something and you tell me. If I say S++, why it gives me the compiler error? Everyone knows the answer. I'm just trying to, keep the understanding clear. Tell me why there is a compiler error. I need a fast answer. But you know that pointer arithmetic is not allowed in Java. So incompatible. It says cannot convert from string to int. That is here references cannot be. No arithmetic operation. Okay, you know this. So I will comment this. But when I say I1++, there is no compiler error. See, these are the small intricacies, small things you should be knowing. So anyone wants to tell me why there is no, everyone understanding what is happening? Why there is no compiler error? Anyone wants to answer? Here it is I1++, not primitive type. Vishesh, you are wrong. What is the type of I1? Integer. But still compiler allows it. Why? Because yeah, I want the no. There's no operator overloading. I said that it is only for this. All wrong. I mean, some of you gave the answer. Give the first thing. Can integer type of reference be incremented? Absolutely not. So, which is the first implicit conversion it must be doing? Auto unboxing. So, first it does auto unboxing. Are you getting this? So, what is auto unboxing? Everyone knows integer to int. Then which is the next conversion it does? So think of it in code. Int temp is equal to I1 dot int value. Then it will do the increment. Now increment is done on a primitive type, and once again I1 is reassigned to that incremented object value. So what is that operation called? Auto boxing. So don't fall prey to such trick questions. So because of thanks of this auto unboxing, auto boxing, this doesn't give you compiler error. But if you compile this code with an ancient compiler such as JDK 1.4, of course the code will fail because there was nothing introduced at that time. I hope people are clear. And this is not only for this, it is also for any other primitive type. So suppose I say double. The moment I write D as an uppercase, is it a primitive type or wrapper? P or W? Of course, it is a wrapper type. So suppose if I say double D1, I'm just taking one or two examples. I'm not boring you, don't worry, because I have other topics also to cover. Anyway, so which type of conversion? Auto. You know the four options. This is auto boxing. And what is happening here is you are going from primitive to a wrapper. 100% clear? So this is automatic. Now I'll do something and you tell me what operation. So don't blindly answer, please. I'm saying double D2 is equal to. So please answer after adding the semicolon. Compiler error or no error? Everyone knows the answer. Answer is no error. And what is the implicit conversion done by the compiler? You know the answer very well. Which is the implicit conversion? Quickly. Upcasting, wrong. Widening. Upcasting, downcasting comes with the reference types. I'm today playing in, this line is playing in primitives. So this is nothing but automatic promotion or widening, right? You know the range of values. You know the source type, destination type compatible. And double can hold definitely larger range of values. You know mantissa, exponent, everything. First day, I think first day we said. So this works. And now see something interesting. When I say D1 is equal to, there is a, see this is the questions I'm trying to prepare you on. The critical ones or the interesting one or the twisted ones, tricky ones. So here you see that this works very fine. But here there is a problem. So don't give me the solution. I'm not asking you for the solution. Solution is easy. Anyone wants to tell me why this doesn't work? Of course, there is a rule, but here, are you understanding? It's just a matter of uppercase D and a lowercase d. So if you are not careful, you can easily lose your credits marks or whatever. So here, no, you just with one word I can't understand. So here is the rule. Java compiler first will try to do the boxing. So go slowly. What is the type of the RHS? Is it an uppercase float or lowercase float? It is the lowercase float. Here, what will this thing into auto box it into uppercase float? Uppercase float means wrapper float. And now you tell me, that is why I ask you to always look at the inheritance hierarchy. Especially when I take you to data structures collection framework, you cannot survive without the inheritance hierarchy. So tell me, here, do you think float can be converted, float can be casted to double? Yes or no? It is as bad as saying manager into worker, or what is that? Apple into mango, or something, student into faculty. So this is definitely not possible. They are not in the same inheritance hierarchy. So float x is not, cannot be converted to double. Lowercase float, this was, where is this? This widening was fine. See the uppercase, lowercase changes. I hope everyone is understanding it and not getting confused. This is fine because it was widening. But when you come to the reference type, it is all about, now you can think about upcasting, downcasting. Since they are at the peer level, at the same level, this cannot happen. Compiler throws you out. So now the solution becomes so easy. So tell me the solution. So I'll keep it under comment. And anyone wants to give me the solution? Solution is super easy. Yes? What is the solution, please? What should I do? No. Don't go off track, weapon. Just give a cast, typecast it, and tell compiler that it's not a float, it is a double. Okay, so I'll just take this much. See, that other solution which Vipin saw, double dot parsable, I don't want that. I want it with the minimum code. So here, do this. So tell me, which is the conversion? I have two questions. Which is the conversion P for program? Okay, programmer. Which is the one which programmer is doing? Explicit typecasting. Are you getting this? So here I'm doing the explicit typecasting, explicit casting, two double, because the V compiler works. And what is happening implicitly is auto boxing, which is double to double. So that is done by the Java compiler. Whenever you are revising, you will get a better feel. So I'll ask you, just at the cost of spending more minutes, what is the type of highlighted one? Primitive float. What is the type of the RHS now? Primitive double. And which is the only conversion which my compiler has to do for me is the auto boxing, which it can manage. So such the kind of tricky questions, just be little aware. Next one. Take a look at this. If I say number n1 is equal to 123.456 f, after adding the semicolon, compiler error or no error. This is what is like practice. Actually, this is a lab exercise. We should do that in the lab, but still I'm taking out some time. You are absolutely right. I think now people have understood. So tell me, how, take me from float to number. So you know, what is the first conversion? Float. What is it called? Auto boxing. Which is the next conversion? Give me the correct name of the conversion. Oh, sorry. First, give me where we are taking number and via what? This is where you can say upcasting. Can I say every float? Don't give me a loose answer. Look at it and say, can I say every float is a number? Of course, yes. Every byte, short, integer, whatever, numerics are numbers. I mean, not our numbers because of that extends, because of that is a relationship. So this automatically works. And when I mix in, your varags and method overloading, things become different level of interesting. So one level at a time. I hope everyone is clear. There are two implicit conversions, auto boxing followed by upcasting. Now I think people will not make a mistake. I mean, earlier also you did not make a mistake. This also works happily. Which two conversions? Same two conversions. Which two conversions we are talking about? Auto boxing, double to, I mean, primitive double to wrapper double, and then upcasting. How about this? Object reference, object type of reference, false. After adding the semicolon, tell me, what is it going to happen? No compiler error. I hope you are telling the same thing. I did not look at your answers. Sometimes, every time I don't get to see that. So here, so take me from RHS to LHS as far as compile is concerned. So it is Boolean. First is auto boxing, and then is upcasting Boolean to object. I think people understand. I've not written the name of what conversions. You can add that. First one is auto boxing. Second one is upcasting. How about this? Again, no problem. Are you getting it? Which conversions? Same means now this time I'll give the name. First is auto boxing. So we are putting it in a double wrapper. Double is a number, is an object. So here followed by upcasting. Are we 100% clear? So this is here. And then once you do that, I think you can understand. You can have any data type and assign. So now the famous question. I'm just writing the question here so that whenever you are revising, you will go through this question. Is Java 100% or pure object oriented? These are the typical questions whose answers you should know. Is Java pure 100% object oriented language? What's the answer? Yes or no? Answer is absolutely not. It is not a 100% object oriented language. Why? Because there are so many reasons. The major reason being, in Java, it supports the primitive types. What for? For the purposes of efficiency. So Java does support primitive types, reason one. It doesn't support so many features of your object-oriented language, such as multiple inheritance via classes, operator overloading, it doesn't support. So in short, this answer is no. Now answer my second question. Can you refer to any data type? When I say any data type, everyone knows there are only two categories of data types, which are primitives or reference types. And you know the subcategories, you know everything. This is day 8. So you better know all this. Can you refer to any data type using object type of a reference? What is the answer here? Yes or no? I did not ask you verbally because you know sometimes when I say fast, you don't understand. This answer is yes. And just now you saw. So I'll show you one more. This. Can I say, sorry, ref equal to 100% yes. String is an object. So I hope you understand the difference between the two questions. Thanks to this auto boxing which you learned just now, any primitive, see this. I can have an object type of reference referring to any primitive type thanks to auto boxing, and it can refer to any reference type thanks to upcasting. So this is all. So another 10-15 minutes max to max you should spend on a wrapper time. And I was going to do this in the lab, but let me not keep things with you. Otherwise, you know, sometimes things become confusing. So here, just a second. I'm just thinking about it. Or okay, I was thinking, but it will take, looking at when I started thinking, it will take a little time. So I'm going to give you some ready-made example in addition to this. Definitely solve it. Solve those ready code examples along with the lab faculty's help in case you have a problem, you have issues. So is everyone clear so far regarding the wrappers? So important highlights are Why wrappers? What are wrappers? The wrapper class hierarchy and the conversions such as boxing, unboxing, auto boxing, as well as auto unboxing. So when we start with the collection framework, when I take you to, let us say, array list, two classes which are really dealing in quite deep manner is one is array list and another is the hash map. Because both these classes you require a lot in advanced Java. Others also we will definitely consider, but those are the ones. So if you say, I want to create a drawable data structure, for example, array list, which is holding the employee IDs. Employee ID is an integer int primitive type. So that time these wrappers and these automatic conversions will help you a lot. So there is a use case, but I will discuss that use case with collection framework. So this is what I wanted to talk about wrappers. I know today you will be finding it little confusing because I'm handling, assorted topics. I don't have any other option. We can't be in the middle of collection framework and suddenly I tell you that, okay, there's something called as enumeration. There's something called as wrapper. Cannot happen. So we are covering all these basics right today, knowing that tomorrow is a weekend, tomorrow is a Sunday. So definitely go through day 1 to day 8, please, in detail, and you'll be ready to go to the next level in core Java, which is a little bit advanced. So coming back. So let's talk about enums. Integer, no, you cannot. Try it out, Surya. Try it out and you will tell me. You can't do it directly. So do it, try it, and then you will see the answer automatically yourself. So now let me write a two-liner code and confirm, please. So now the next topic here, of course, it is going to give you issues. Int to integer is automatic, but int array to integer array is not an implicit conversion. So you'll have to do it explicitly. Okay. So now I won't say difficult topic, but little bit, tricky topic, I will say. So there is a topic called as enumeration. Enum stand for enumeration. And every topic I am giving you explicit readme, separate detailed readme. Okay. So let me open that. Let me close the earlier ones. And if you are thinking that, okay, a particular thing is not, where we are using it, what is going to be the use case, today you don't worry about that. So whenever I take you to the next week, some more advanced things, you'll definitely find the use cases. Today, tomorrow, spend in understanding the individual topic, and then we will integrate it together. So let me take you to enums. So start reading about it, the basic, and then I will discuss. Read this, please. Okay, so let me start reading line by line and we will use it. So here, bad English. So here, enumerations generally represent basically represent set of related constants. And after that, I can show you much more than that. So what is enumeration? They are nothing but a fixed set of related constants. Are they the, what do you say, original feature of Java? Absolutely not. It is there in C++, JavaScript, your .NET, all the C#, all the languages. And Java has introduced it from JDK 1.5. There are two major versions of Java where lot of changes were brought in. So one was JDK 1.5 and one is Java 8. So this was in JDK 1.5. So currently two types in Java. Which are the two types you know? You know classes, you know interfaces. Everyone knows that. So today I am bringing in the third type, which is the enum. So if you want to represent an enumeration, the keyword to use is enum. And soon you will see, soon means when I show you the decompiled code, I'm going to show you a decompiled code. So you will see that enums are nothing but the special classes. Who will synthesize, who will create these special classes? Compiler. Okay, so you just write in a simple word, simple manner, compiler will generate so much of code. So it is a pretty interesting topic, very interesting topic. So enums are the special classes or special type of a class which extend from java.lang.enum. So immediately open that, search here for enum. You will see the first hit itself at java.lang.enum. Ignore this generic syntax. It is not going to be covered today, looking at time. So we will do it on Monday. So here, read the first line. When you talk about enum, I'm talking about this. Notice things. You should be sharp in noticing things. Is it an abstract or a concrete class? Abstract class. Everyone sees this. And it is the common base class for all Java language enums. So are we going to explicitly write it? Absolutely not. You're going to feel amazed. You're going to really feel amazed the amount of code your compiler generates. You know, when we talk about decompilation, just give me 10 minutes. So what is the universal superclass of all Java language enums? You know the answer, java.lang.enum, it's abstract. And who is sitting above enum? As always, object. Now notice, be sharp and notice other things. I hope you remember. Give me the names of two classes which are already comparable, which you have seen. Comparable is an interface. You have seen it twice. Yeah, one is string and the one later is, yeah, date. Absolutely right, Rohit. So here, string and date are comparable, and likewise, your enum is also comparable. What is that E? E is nothing but the type of the enum. Forget the generics today. And read this. More information about enums, etc. Implicitly declared methods synthesized. Synthesized means generated by the compiler. So all this sounds little vague. So with time you will understand thoroughly inside out. So this is what it is. The basic things I wanted to mention, and you will see soon see that enum is much more powerful than your C++ enums. That is because it is going to combine class features also as well as interface features also. It is not as ordinary as any other language enum. So everything starts with why. So all these things which I'm saying, you may not understand. You will understand it when we start using the enums. So first line you will understand. Helps to define constants. Anytime you want to define constants, enum can be your choice. But you will say that in my interface, whatever I add is a constant. Which are the three implicit keywords you add here? Tell me, which are the three implicit keywords for a data member added? Public, static, and final. Okay, so that cannot be the winning feature. That cannot be a USP of enum. So this is the USP of a enum. One of the, I should say, unique. So what it does is it adds the type safety to the constant. So this part takes a little bit of time to understand, to be clear. So here I'll just try. If you don't understand, but after writing enum, I'll again come to this. So imagine you are, developing a website portal like Book My Show. Everyone knows Book My Show. And there you are creating some interface to hold the movie related constants. So these are all related to the ages of moviegoer, the audience, and this is your ticket cost. Okay, pretty easy, nothing difficult. One is all ages I'm having, one is all ticket cost I'm talking about. But now, while writing the logic, programmer being a programmer, you are bound to make mistakes. So if by mistake your code uses a ticket cost to compare the user age, are you going to get any compile time error? Answer is no. Why? Because what is the type of age? Integer. What is the type of the ticket cost? Integer. So you're comparing one integer to another. Why will compiler detect it? So no compile time error, no runtime error, but 100% your results will be wrong. So what is it I want from the language is, the language should not allow me. I want to look at the feature where I get a type safety. I mean, I should be having a type such as age. Okay, I should be having a type such as ticket cost. So when there are two different types, one is viewer ages and one is ticket cost, I won't be able to compare them. Compile itself throws me out. So this job of adding the type safety is done by enum. Unfortunately, if you have not understood, let this point pass, because even if I spend 10 minutes, you will not understand. So let us just write something and then I can come back to this. Next one. If you write, I'm still into why enums, because anytime if people ask you why you are using enums in your project or in your code or whatever, you should be in a position to answer. Next thing is, suppose I just have an interface constant. I can have it in interfaces, I can have it in classes, public static final. So is there any way which can traverse over, which can take you over, which can iterate over all these interface constants? There's no such method. I'll repeat my last statement. In the interface or in class, you don't have any single method which will allow you to traverse, iterate over all the constant values from interface or from classes. Wait for some more time. You will see the moment you write a enum, there are a lot of methods. Okay, two important methods. Compiler will add automatically, implicitly. One is values, one is value of. So that values method returns you the array of enum. And once I get into arrays, can I iterate over the array? Of course, yes. You can use your for, you can use your for each, and you can iterate over enum constants easily. And I am not sure how much I'm reaching you, but these are the advantages of enum, and that is why you are learning enum. Now the last one. So here, see this. I had given you this some food bill generation assignment earlier, long back. So here, suppose I'm asking you to create a menu, food menu. Okay. So here I'm declaring some constants, soup, dosa, rice, whatever, samosa, something. And here I'm assigning the actual names of the food items. So if we are writing it as an interface, or you can think of it as a class, can you easily assign the price along with these menu items? Answer is no. I mean, I'll have to create. You will say, why not? I will declare three more constants. Soup price, dosa price, rice price. Okay. But can you assign it to here itself? I can't. Wait for enums to begin. Wait for some more time. And using enums, you can do this easily. So these are the solid advantages or, unique advantages. The highest one, the highest rated one is enums allow you type safety. It adds the type safety to the constants. So these are the reasons. I totally know it is confusing to the beginner. So like I said, give me some time. We will write a enum. I will show you the generated code, compiler added methods, synthesize methods, and then you will start getting a feel. Okay, so still there's some time. So everything starts with the syntax. If you don't know the syntax, how can you write it? So start with the access specifiers. Any outer type. Outer means any top level type, be it a be it an interface, be it a class, be it an enum. Which are the two access specifiers which are legal? Either it can be public, so which can be accessed from anywhere, or it can be default, no modifier. So same statement is true for the enum also. Which is the keyword you already knew earlier? Class and interface. Today a combo of both class and interface features together in an enum. And to keep it simple, I don't want to start with a complex type at all. So just a direction. Okay, typical 4 directions later, 8 directions and all. So here, all I'm saying is, why I have written it in uppercase? Because the only thing enum can consist of is, tell me, is the constants. Not only thing, but largely, mainly, it can consist of is a constant, and constants are declared in a uppercase manner. So if you only write this, there is no ending semicolon compulsory. But later when I show you, you can add a constructor, you can add the data members, you can add the methods, then we will add the semicolon. So currently skip this, because you won't understand even if I try to explain. So we will create one and then you will understand everything inside out. Now, as stated already, what is the universal superclass of all Java enums is java.lang.enum. It is what? It is a abstract superclass. It is implementing comparable and something called as serializable. You don't know. You don't know actually about comparable also serializable, but at least you know comparable interface has one method. Which is the method of the comparable interface? Answer that. Which is the this? Absolutely correct. Compare to. So enums are also comparable. And since enums implicitly extend from java.lang.enum, whenever we create our own enum, let's say colors, let's say what is it, vehicle types. If I ask you a banking assignment, account types, or if you are doing your e-shopping, as a project topic, your different products you store in your e-shop, they have categories. So in short, any enum, you cannot, it is already extending from java.lang.enum, so you cannot extend it from any other superclass. You know the reason. Multiple inheritance is not allowed, but your enum can implement any number of interfaces. All this is just, keep hearing. When we put it together, it will start making sense. Now, the last one before I show you the example, enums can be declared as a separate standalone type, which is the example I showed you, or you can define the enum within a class also. So see the example here. Example of a enum within a class. Somewhere note it as a compulsory reading homework, knowing that weekend is approaching. Please go through regarding enums properly. All those readme wrapper, readme, whatever enums, definitely go through, at least vertically. So at least you know what I'm saying. Now, understand this. Whenever you declare the enum within a class, it is implicitly taken as the static member. So just see this without feeling too lost. So what is the name of the class? Let's say outer class, test outer. And what is the enum? Where is the enum I have declared? Within the class or outside the class? Answer is within the class. You can see that. The class is opening here and class is closing here. So I have declared it within. So if you want to access any of these enum constants, how will you do that? Here is the answer. So the answer is name of the outer class. Then it is enum is taken as the implicitly considered as the static member. So the class name dot member name. So test outer dot direction. And in 2 minutes, you will see that enum constants are nothing but public static final constants. So this is the complete usage. So before you give up on enums and start feeling totally lost and frustrated, let's do some hands-on. And then in the next 10-15 minutes, you will get a feel. Anytime you're looking at the enum for the first time, and that to Java enum, you definitely feel the need of decompilation and all that. So here is my objective. So here is the objective. Read that. So let us say we've got a huge manufacturing plant which can produce different types of vehicles. So vehicles can belong to different categories. So we are going to create in a minute a category type of enum which can have, let's say, bikes or scooter or a sports car, SUV, sedan, your trucks, anything, Jeep, whatever you want. So I'm just collecting that. So now let me start with the simplest and show you some things which are totally interesting, completely interesting. So let us let's take this list so I don't have to type it again. So if you are working along with me, anyone, I'm not now going into this project because now I'm going to associate it with the vehicle. So look at this. I'm creating, I'm sorry, I have opened the 8.2 SRC, and since it is going to be related with the vehicle, I'm keeping it in the same package. I could have put it as a nested type, but nested classes and all I'm going to handle on Monday. So today I'll just show you as a separate one. So let me create in this com.app.core, which has all core classes, a enum. So now focus here. Everyone knows how to create classes interface. Just check where my cursor is. There's a drop down list. Can you see there's one category, one type as enum. So choose that please. And here you understood what I did? Class interface. I'm showing you enums today, which is a combination of both. So here let me call it as category. It's a vehicle category, different vehicles belonging to different categories. And here, simplest one. You know, I don't want to show you all the features and bombard you with that and make you feel totally lost, if not already. So here, so this is what it is. Ending semicolon is optional. Whether you add it or not, it doesn't matter. So everyone agrees that this much of a code is simple. Isn't this a simple code? At least tell me that. Everyone sees that this is nothing but set of constants, but it is not as simple as you think. So now everyone knows whenever I write something in the IDE compiles it. So there are so many decompiler tools, third-party tools Java, supports. So one of them is Java Application Decompiler, JAD tool. So I'm going to run that and show you the decompile class. So I'm going extra slow over this. So I'm opening my folder structure. I'm going to the workspace. I'll get it done in the labs. Or okay, I don't know. Those who are with Windows, I can give you or I can tell you, look for JAD tool, Java Application Decompiler. For Unix, Mac and this thing, what is it? Ubuntu, you'll have to look for, because this is for Windows. Anyway, it does not matter. Everyone will get to see the decompiled output. Coming back to the point, which is the project we are working on, D8.2. Where are the .class files created? Bin folder. And where will be my enum? Under that com app core. So whenever you write the enum or a class or an interface, the bytecode is always .class. So let me go there. Can everyone see the compiled class is vehicle and a category? I hope everyone is clear so far. Now here I'm opening the command prompt and I'll give you the link to use that decompiler. So here, what we are saying is, I have it already in the path. So if you see my path, somewhere I've added JAD. See, program files. JAD stands for Java Application Decompiler. So let me run this. It is a third-party tool. It's not a Java tool. Java gives you Java P. That is a disassembler, decompiler. But it doesn't give you all the details for the enum. So I use this third-party tool. So here, it has got a lot of options. I'm not using a lot of options. I'm just wanting the process of decompilation. So what is decompilation? Compilation is .java to .class. So what is decompilation? Opposite process, .class to .java. And this tool will show you everything that you need to know from the enum. So here, decompiler, I never got the answer. I hope decompilation is opposite of compilation. So now this tool you don't have. So you'll have to download it. I'll give you the link if I can, or I can put it in the today's help, but it is a Windows executable. So JAD followed by name of the class. So category.class, it is processing your .class and producing the JAD file, which contains the decompiled output. It's a text file. So this file at least you will definitely have. and that is all you need. So even if you can't download this, it is fine. Just look at decompiled output. So let's start looking at it together, and then you will start understanding whatever I was trying to say. Okay, so these are the basic things. So this tells you that who is this guy who has given you this third party tool. So you can ignore all that. Everyone knows first is the package statement. Now don't get haywire, distracted anywhere. I'm telling you something important. So tell me, what does this tell you? I hope everyone understands what it tells you. It is confirming proof of concept. All Java enums are extending from which superclass, which is the universal superclass of all Java classes. Don't say lowercase e. Lowercase enum is the keyword. Uppercase e enum is the superclass. So I hope first point is clear. What are we looking at? We are looking at compiler generated code. And 100% you won't understand because I have yet to take the nested classes, but 90% you will understand. Okay, so keep looking at it. What are we looking at? Everyone knows it, constructor. But implicitly, all constructors of enum aren't you surprised to see, private. Okay, again I'm repeating, have we written any word, single word of it? We haven't. We have written just one liner, and see the amount of code it is producing. This is what is going deep. I can just cover the topic, but when I say self-type constant and all, then people feel lost. So coming back to this, there is a what is it called? Private constructor. So will you be able to create the enum constant or enum basically instance outside the enum? Absolutely not. Private visibility. And every enum has two things. What are the two things associated with the enum? One is the name of the constant and one is the ordinal position. So first one is the name of the constant and the second one is the ordinal position. So let me check your clarity. Can you tell me, for this first constant, what is the name of the constant and what is the ordinal position? Okay, I should tell you. Ordinal positions are starting from 0 to n minus 1, starting from left to right. So it is bike and 0. What is that for a sports car? It is sports car as the constant name, and 0, 1, 2. 2 is the ordinal position, and whatever for the truck. So I hope you got that. So now just like I said, go through that. So here, these are the two arguments, name of the constant and the ordinal position. And when I say super, which class is the super class? Java.lang.enum. Open that immediately and look for the constructor. So this is the constructor which is initializing the constant name and the ordinal position. It says whole and sole constructor. There are no overloaded constructors. So this is your first line of understanding, that there is some private constructor generated by compiler which simply calls the superclass constructor. I hope you understood it so far. Next one. Have I shown you yet getting called? Of course not. Bear with me. Now, can you see this? There are two methods, very, what do you say, required ones, often required. One is values and one is value of. So right now, I mean, you can understand it, but here, this is something called as nested classes and all. Oh, ahead of time. So come back. Just tell me, what is this values method returning? What is the return type of this method? It is a, as you can see, array of enums. So now tell me, if I ask you to iterate, I'll tell you, I'll talk practically. Suppose I say I have a requirement where user wants to see what all different categories of vehicles we are having. Are you getting me? So which is the method you will use? Answer is values. Are you understanding? And how do you call it? It's a static method. So the enum name category dot values. And once you get a category array, will I be able to use for? Yes. For each? Yes. Or you can use your what is that? Arrays.toString and display the values. So this code, I would say skip it. Just remember that there is a values generated method from the compiler which will return you all constants, array of enums. Next one, take a look at it and tell me what is it doing. In short, it is a conversion. So in our language, we call it as typical words parsing. So anyone wants to tell me what goes in and what comes out? What is the input it is accepting? The name of the constant. And what is it doing? It is converting it into what? Enum constant. So what is this converter? String to enum. So let me ask you a question. Which was the conversion? How did we convert string to date earlier? Context switching. Context switching means different question. I'm just wanting to check. No, Prachi, hear my question. Don't blurt out the answer. I said string to date. How did we manage the conversion? Parse. Whose method was parse, Akash? Whose method? Date formatters parse. And soon in that vehicle class, I'm going to add vehicle has a category. But the category name user will give me in a string form. User will type some string and we will have to parse it. We will have to convert it into a category enum. So which is the method you'll use for parsing? Answer is right in front of you, value of. What type of method it is? Static. So how will you use it? Category dot value of sc dot next. Sc dot next means scanner next. But be careful. All the constant names are uppercase. So you'll use two uppercase and some such API and will manage. So I just recap, observe important things. Don't go unnecessarily deep. So there are methods, values, which returns you the array of enums. There is a method called as value of com, app, core, category, it is saying basically. So anyway, so the point is it is a conversion from string to enum. Now take a look at these things. Just take a, you don't have to literally read everything. 1 or 2 lines, please read. And now I'll use some word and I hope you will understand. What does an enum contain? What does the enum contain? It contains self-typed constants. Okay, so now figure it out. Why it is a constant? Final. Okay, it is public static final because you don't have, by default they are public static final. But what is the meaning of self-type? What is that self-type? Category. So what are these all? Bike, scooter, sports car, sedan and truck and SUV? They belong to which type? Answer the question. All of these are belonging to a category type. So what does the enum consist of? All it consists of primarily. Later we'll make it richer. Today I've just written one liner and it is taking me so much time to explain. So of course you can add so many things to the enum to make it more powerful, but just understand the basic power, implicit power of enum. Okay, so here all it has is the enum constants, self-type enums, self-type constants. But what is category at the end of the day? It is nothing but a special class created by compiler extending the enum. Okay, now answer the question here. So can anyone tell me at this time where it is getting declared, what will be the value of a bike, scooter, sports car and SUV, etc.? What will be the value here? Don't disappoint. Give me the correct answer. What is the value it is going to contain? You are absolutely right. It is what? A reference type. It is a class. Nothing but a class. Enum, don't glamorize it. Don't hype it unnecessarily. Under the hood, under the cover, it is nothing but a Java class. Okay. Only thing is you don't write it. Compiler generates for you. So what will be the value? These are all the reference type. And as you answered correctly, nulls. But nulls are totally useless. So the last part, which will put everything in perspective, which should clear everything. So I hope everyone recognizes this. What are we looking at, guys? Static initializer block. Who will call the static initializer block? When and how many times? answer of who is JVM's class loader. When at the time of loading the classes. When the class is loaded, static members are memory allocated in the method area, and static initializer block is called exactly once during the class loading. And now you just have to solve any one line, and now you'll start understanding the enums, you'll start enjoying them. So start. So left hand side is the, okay, forget the left hand side, solve RHS. So what is it we are calling, not we, compiler. It's all compiler generated magic. So what is being called here? It is calling this private constructor. So can you see what are the two things it is passing? The name of the constant and the ordinal position. Is it making sense now? Are you feeling better now? Better than earlier lossy feeling. So here the control goes to this part. It calls the superclass constructor, which simply initializes the name of the constant and the ordinal position. Similarly, like, oh, sorry. And then what does it new operator return? You know, the reference. So that is what you are assigning it to bike. So pick up the last one for the sake of it. So what are the two arguments we are passing here? Name of the enum constant and the ordinal position. And that is what you are creating the instance of this class and assigning it to truck. This is something called as, this is an outer class, this is an inner class. So that dollar symbol and all, I'll discuss it on Monday. So the point I'm trying to make is, I'll be sharing all of this. It is there. Where will you find it? You will find it under D8.2. I'll put it separately. So don't waste your time downloading the decompiler. I'm giving you the decompiled output. So this is what the enum is all about. So I'll just recap quickly and you answer. What is the keyword? Very, very simple one. And please guys, I'm so happy that today is a weekend. So you'll get little time to go over so many things I said since morning, and you will be like more confident, clearer by Monday morning, or otherwise you can ask questions. So start the revision with me quickly, 1 minute revision. We will use it and maybe then we'll have to stop. Let's start. Which is the new keyword we are looking at today? Tell me the name of the keyword. Enum. So enum, what does it essentially consist of? What does it contain mainly? Now give me a good answer. List of or set of self-typed constants. Now by now you should be knowing the word self-typed and all. It has the type category. You create a color enum, red, green, blue, yellow, whatever, and you will have the enum by the type color. So self-type constants is a better answer. Next one. Yeah, so self-type constants, right? What are the two important things which are associated with the enum? Name of the enum, name of the constant, and the ordinal position. Okay. And what else? Yeah, what does the enum extend from? What is the superclass, universal superclass? Is java.lang.enum. Absolutely correct. And since that you are already extending, you can see this. I'm not saying a word of none of, I mean, not in a single word is my own. Since you are already extending from enum, can I say public enum? Why should I say and make you feel lost? I'll say something. Extends something else. Date maybe. It's wrong. So just take this, take a look at here. It is telling you extends implements expected. Means it is trying to tell you that your enum cannot extend from yet another class, because Java classes, Java doesn't allow you, what is it called? The multiple inheritance. So that is not allowed. Next one. Tell me the constructors will be generated by your compiler. What will be the access specifier? Always you will have. Answer is private. Today I'm taking you to the level 1 of enums. In level 2, I'll show you, you can add your own parameterized constructors. So at that time, even when you add the constructor, and even when you don't add any access modifier, access specifier, implicitly it will be private. In short, enum constants, enums can be only created from within the class. Next one. Which are the two important methods compiler generates for you. Or okay, forget that. It's not a memory test. I'll give you the method name. I already got the answer. Values and value of. So tell me, what does a values method? Answer is right in front of you. What does a values method return? Array of enums. And what does a value of method do? Parsing. What does it convert into? What, I mean, from what to what? String to enum. And then if you want to go deeper, you can definitely see that enums are nothing but public static final constants of the self type. So the word self typed constants, and there is a compiler generated static initializer block to initialize all set of constants. So this is the internal. Survive means settled on the level 1 internals, and then we will add methods, constructors, etc. A last statement before I show you the example, before we put it in the example. I'll show you something and let's see whether you can you can answer or not. So take a look at this. Read this much. You can read and I'll ask you a question. Okay, so first simple question. When you create your own enum, for example, category, colors, directions, whatever, will you be able to override compared to method? It's a Boolean question, yes or no. It's a, see, it is a revision of earlier one. You are all wrong. That means you're not looking at it, guys. See, this is a revision of earlier concept. The moment you see a final method, what does it mean? Final methods cannot be overridden. It was a trick question. Okay, so this method you cannot override. Try add that at override annotation or not, doesn't matter. Override, do it in labs. I'll not waste your theory time for that. It will give you error. So it has already given you the compare to, but based on order. As usual, compare to returns +1, -1, 0, negative number, positive number, 0. And the moment I say order, I think people are clear. People should be clear. Let me ask you. If I use category.bike, it's a static method, static member, dot compare to category.truck. Tell me, what will it return? Negative number, positive number, or 0? I said bike compared to truck. Of course, a negative number. Why? Because it goes by order. It doesn't go by, it's not a string, guys. Don't mistake. Here, this is a enum constant appearing first, appearing earlier than truck. So in short, bike is less than scooter, comparison wise, and likewise. Another one. If I say, now I think people will understand. If I say, what I say, category.suv dot compare to category.scooter, what will it return? Everyone understands it. This is what Java docs tells you, that it does it by order, for order. And natural order is the order in which constants are declared. Okay, so it is an ascending order. I hope people are clear. So it's a trick question. I'll ask you again. Will you be able to change the comparison criteria? Will you be able to override the compare to method ever in a enum? Answer is no. And reason is in front of you. Next such question. Search for toString. And I'm asking you the same question. Take your time. I'm not in a hurry at all. So if I ask you, just read this first. This is all earlier revision and today's enums. Okay, so first question. Has enum, this is your enum class, has enum class overridden the toString method in the object class? You know the answer. Yes. And what does it return? This is, okay, it is returning the name of the enum constant. What is the name of the enum constant? That bike, scooter, truck, SUV, etc. And will you be able to override it further in your enums? Boolean question, yes or no? Answer is 100% yes, because where they have added any final keyword there. Are you understanding? Try it out immediately. Your clarity will increase. Your discomfort, that lossy feeling will be reduced. So, as a good standard programming practices, add at override, public string to string. And here you can add whatever user friendly, whatever whatever you want to do. So for example, I'm saying the category is return. The category you are having, I'm just showing you one usage. You can do whatever you like. And let's say, yeah, I forgot to mention, there are two methods. You can see it from the enum class, the super class. One method is name, one method is ordinal. So I'm using that name method, and then I'm saying two lowercase. So solve it in the sense, oh, sorry, what did I mess up? Now I require the semicolon. See, I'm writing some more code below that. So then, of course, it requires the semicolon. So tell me, can you create, sorry, in your enum, will you be able to override toString? Yes or no? Answer is yes. It is in front of you. So now, whenever I list the names of the enums using values, what is it going to display? Is it going to display these names? Of course not. It is going to say category and lowercase names or uppercase names, L or U. Yes, please. Of course, lowercase. Because I'm saying name dot to lowercase, and that is what is returned to the caller. So the small point I wanted to make is, will you be able to override toString? Yes. Will you be able to override the comparison criteria as in compare to method? Absolutely not. Focus. Focus means understand. And the last one is equals. I'll show you. It's always good, to check it from Java docs. I'm trying to inculcate a good habits in Java programmers, budding Java developers, that stick to Java docs, your life will be easier. Coming back. So it has overridden it from the object class. Will you be able to override it further? I hope everyone understands it. No. Final means what? Full and final form. You can't. And it will return true if the specified object is equal to enum. In short, as easy as that. So if you say naturally, what is it? Category dot by dot equals category dot scooter is going to return false because bike is not a scooter. And the equality is depending on the which enum constant you are using. So tell me, which methods cannot be overridden? The toString, I'm so sorry, equals and compare to cannot be overridden, declared in the full and final form. But which method can be further overridden? toString. And give me more time, maybe on Monday, you can add, I'm not showing you today, otherwise it will be all like lost feeling. Can add constructors, because it is nothing but a combo of class and interface. So you can definitely add constructors, parameterized constructors. You can add the state. What else you can add? I'm just thinking. You can add a getter, setter. You can add a business logic methods. I'm just telling you. You can also add your own static initializer blocks. So all of that is legal. Okay, so over a time with, I will show you, or if I can't show you everything because it is time consuming, I will at least share the ready-made code samples and get you there. So all this can be added, but what cannot be done further is you can't override equals method or your compare to method because they are final. So this is, I feel, enough background, and complete understanding is when you spend at least 10 minutes looking at the decompiled code. Synthesize means generated code by the compiler. So now let me get you back on the track. And that is the today's looks like last requirement, last objective. Have I written it? Give me a second. Yeah. So here I'm saying add enum as the category, vehicle category to the vehicle. Means what? Association later, tomorrow. So here, what is it I want? I want you to establish and all is high-fi words, simple. Relate. Establish means relate. Establish has a relationship. Relationship between, only the words are high-fi. The step is very easy. Between, what is it? Vehicle and a category. If you're lost by this, I'll write it in a simpler manner also. How will I show? Example in a easier words. I want to say category vehicle. I messed up. Vehicle has a category. Don't answer me immediately. I'll take you to the code. So that you know everyone should understand it at the same level. So tell me, what is the relationship between a vehicle and a registration number? What are the choices? Is a, has a, or uses a? Tell me. Everyone knows it. It is has a relationship. Everyone is this. So you should not find it strange. Vehicle has a, everyone knows that. Registration number, color, price, manufacturing date. Looking at time, I'm not drawing the memory picture, but definitely in labs we will draw for the vehicle object because it will be interesting. So I'll just ask you a simple question to confirm your understanding. So when you draw the vehicle object in the heap, after the vehicle class, string class, date class, all that is loaded, here in the after CP is first, class pointer is first. So in this registration number, is it a value holder or address holder, V or A, or value or reference? This much you know, so you should not hesitate. I'll repeat my question. I said, what will be the slot after that? The pointer, the reference pointing to the string object. Are we clear? So this is nothing but a classic has a relationship association. Next one, vehicle has a color. Again, color is just a string type of reference. So just a pointer or a reference pointing to yet another string object. How about price? Value holding type or reference type, address type or a value holding type. Price, value holding. So price 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever you assign. Next one, when I say vehicle has a manufacturer date, so which class will be loaded in the method area first? Date class. What you should show? A date class instance. I'm saying all these memory picture verbally, and that object reference of the date class will be stored in the manufacturer date slot. You know, get used to all this. I mean, draw memory pictures. Now, likewise, here, now I think extending this will be easy. I want to add, so all these were has a relationship. So here, now anyone can help me. I think people will help me. Has a category. How do I relate it? How do I put it in Java code? I want to establish the association. Vehicle has a category. Answer that. Just type something or just help me in writing something. So let's see what people are saying. Class vehicle. Yeah, private category. Exactly. So add the data member of the type category. Reference type, of course. Private category. This is your enum. Are you understanding this? This is the enum we discussed, we decompiled, and we spent so much time on. And let me call it as maybe a vehicle category. Okay. So when I take you much later in advanced Java for Hibernate, this association is not this, I mean, any has a relationship is extremely important. And that time we will see one-to-one. You know, for example, let's say one user has one bank account. So that is one-to-one association. One to many, many to one, and many to many. And that is what you will definitely require in your projects. All different associations we are going to consider in Hibernate but not just in the heap world or object world. You will see those relationships will be carried forward in the databases. So that is an advanced topic. So anyone wants to tell me what is the relationship between vehicle and a category? You know, has a. So is it one to many from vehicle to category? Is it one to many to one, or many to many? Maybe I'm asking you early, but let me try. Answer is, let me see what you have given the answer. See, it is from vehicle to category. Can one vehicle have multiple categories? No. But can one category have multiple vehicles? Yes. So seen from vehicle to category, it is many to one. And you will see the power of Hibernate in annotation. We will just add an annotation at the rate many to one, and so many things happens automatically in database table. So I hope somebody was saying one to one, one to many. One to many, you are right, but that is when you change the direction. So anyone, what is the relationship between category to vehicle? Of course, I know it is, what is it called? Has a relationship. Category has a vehicle. So now what can you say? One to one to many to many, or what is it? I forgot something else. So what is it this? This is one category can have many vehicles. You know, I'm just introducing all these terms. So when we start using it practically, nobody will have a hesitation. So this is sufficient. So this is your many to one. Focus on that. Next one. Now let me ask you quickly, looking at time. Change, now it is easy part. The difficult part is over. The internals is over. Start. Change or no change? Okay, the answer is change. You tell me what change. Yes, what is it I need to do? Since vehicle has a category, currently what is the value of vehicle category? Null. I don't want to have null. So of course add another argument. What will be the type of it? A category. And let's say something like, okay, I'll follow the norms. I'll take the same name. So we can, we can look consistent. And what will be the additional one here? This dot vehicle category is equal to vehicle category. Clear so far? Okay, the last part always, unfortunately happens in a hurry. So Monday morning is the revision time. And of course, in the labs also is a revision time. Now, is this toString telling me anything about the vehicle category? Answer is not. So I add it. See, always I should have the complete information. I'm not saying always, but yes, give me currently. So let me say here plus. I'll give a header, category, sorry. And here I'll do something and you tell me, I'll ask you a question. So when I say plus vehicle category, can anyone tell me which classes, which method will get called? You understand the question? Okay, which method is toString? That is an easy question. Whose toString will get called? No. You are mixing up, Surya. Those who said value of is all wrong. This is a opposite. It's a toString method of the vehicle is wrong, of the category. And will it call this overriding version or the original version, which just prints the uppercase constants? Of course, this version, overriding form. And that is what we are trying. So the first one was formatted date string. And the next one is, what was that? toString of a category enum. So like you can see, you have got a lot of things to revise today in the lab. And all based on all the things which you learned, immediate assignment. So both you manage, both we will discuss. Coming back. So this is done, I guess. So once again, the overriding form of the enum will get called. In a minute, you'll see. So this is done. Now the last part, tester. So in the tester, of course, I'll start getting all the errors because the matching constructor and all that. So one more thing I'll say, give me the date and give me the category. So which is the category you want to choose? So now the last question. How do you convert? Now your earlier answers will be fitting. So what is it user going to give me? The string form of category or directly enum, S or E? It's a string form. So is there any method which you know, which will parse the string to the enum? That answer is value of. Okay. So unlike, I mean, I'm following all the standard practices, good practices. I don't want to put it here. We have already got our utils class. So in the validation utils class, let's add a method. I'm just copying something. I've got a bad cold, so half the time my attention is elsewhere. Anyway, string to enum. So add a static method to parse to convert a string to the enum. So start participating fast. We will finish fast. So public static. What should be the return type? Anyone? Tell me the return type. So what is it going to convert? What is the return type of the, what is the name of my enum? Category. And here you can say parse or, convert anything. Convert category or you can give this. And what will be the input argument? What will be the data type? String or enum. String goes in and it converts it into a category. So I can say string category. Okay. So now there's a small input. I know I am looking at the time. So there's a small input which I have to tell you. Without that, you won't understand. So if you look at regarding enums, read this. Read this much and I'll talk to you. I'm just asking you to look at value of method. So tell me, listen to the question, please. I hope you finished reading. What are the different categories available in my warehouse? In my shop is these many. So if user types something other than this, let us say a bicycle or let's say something else, I mean family car or whatever. Okay. So what will JVM do? JVM will automatically, see this, adds the type safety. Now you'll start understanding the meaning of the words. So the only categories you are allowed to have is the specified ones. So which is the exception you saw? Illegal argument exception. But that illegal argument exception is an unchecked one. Now looking at time, you please look at it. Search for illegal argument exception. It comes below runtime. So you compiler does not force the handling of it. So today, knowing that it is your first day in enum, will go slow, will go simple. So I'll simply say return, you will dictate. So which is the method you want me to call? Value of. But whose value of method it is? Illegal argument exception is correct. Yeah. So whose value of method it is? It is the enums method, categories method. Perfect. Is it a static method or non-static method? Static method. So already I got it from Anshuman. So what is it going to be? Return category dot value of. Okay. By the way, see something. You should always, understand by looking at things. The moment I say category dot, can you see font may not be sufficient. Bike, scooter, sedan, sports car, etc. And these are those synthesized methods, generated methods, value of, values, etc. Okay. So which is the one I'm interested in today? Value of. And here, what goes in is the, wait a second, is the category. What comes out is the enum. But why compiler is not troubling me? Because the exception it includes in the throws clause is illegal argument. Java.lang it is exception and it is a unchecked exception. And you know the fact, compiler doesn't force the handling of the unchecked one. But I'm saying, if you do this, you are relying too much on the user. User being a user may not give you all this uppercase thing and unnecessary. When the user says, I want a bike, you will still throw him out saying invalid. So help user and don't rely on what user is giving you. You simply uppercase it. Okay. So user gives you some category, some name of the category, constant name, you uppercase it, and then automatically the JVM will do the checking whether it is fitting, whether it is existing, self-type constants and all that, or type safety basically, and give you that. So I think we are done here. All I have to do is call the method. As usual, I being a lazy programmer, can I remove this? Answer is yes. See, the same point I say it 10 times a day at least. So what is the solution? Answer that. What is the solution quickly? Nothing but import static. What else? So import static. Come to the fully qualified name. Okay, one more statement, guys. If you are not understanding import static, leave it. Don't be lazy, be active and write that fully, write the whole thing, category dot value of. But if you understand, go ahead and start using. Com app core, fully qualified name, category, and category dot. If you say control space, it will ask you which method I want value of. So it is all optional. If you just decide how much you want to absorb and absorb accordingly. I know people are dropping off, so I'll just wrap up quickly. Last line. So here, now, wait a second. I'll simply say here start. Meet me in the labs, meet your individual lab faculties in the lab and get the clarity in case you don't understand. So what was the next thing I added? Convert category. In goes the category name, sc.next, and either it will throw you the exception or it will give you the complete output. So just look at it and we'll stop right away. Already I stretched it. Okay, start. This whole concept, date time handling, enum handling, all that will be of course used everywhere. So you'll get n number of revisions, don't worry. So I know things are confusing today. So because we covered a lot of things, summarize and let's say date. So what is the format I'm taking? There are no validations. While giving you assignment, I'll definitely give you validation rules and the category. So let's choose something like a sedan. Am I giving all the inputs correctly? I hope so. So you can see that there are no exceptions happening. So all the other things you knew produced on formatted date string and the category. So this should tell you, actually it is, I can remove one category word from here. But do you realize whose toString it is calling? Is it using that inherited toString or the overriding form? I hope people are not left. This is the overriding form it is having. So, you can just get rid of it because I forgot we have that already. So you can simply add this and produced on, I'll just add a space here. There's a space here. Fine. But what if I give the wrong inputs? Last one and stop. I'll just pick it up. Watch that. Everyone knows, but still. So I'm giving the date in a correct format, but I'm saying something wrong. There's no such category, you know that. So which is the exception you expect to see? Illegal argument exception. And JVM tells you clear cut. There is no enum constant of the following time. So that is all. I get to meet only 1/3, 1/4 of you in the labs. So please, rest of you in the individual labs, do revise. There is no hurry of solving assignment, but there will be a weekend assignment. I'm not lying. So, because otherwise, how will you apply whatever you have learned? So do refer to my sequence. From sequence, open the topic. There will be a corresponding topic specific readme. Open the code sample, open the readme and revise. And wherever you feel lost, consult your this thing, lab faculty. And then we will, in the last 1 hour or half hour or 45 minutes, we will discuss the today's assignment. That will be all. See you in the labs. Sorry for delaying it. Sorry for stretching. Yeah, see you around.
थैंक यू मैम।